bayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, helas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dikit mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, kuya ka ng magiting, sa manluluping, di ka pasisingil, sa nagatang tutok sa simoy at sa langit mong pagaw, ay hinagang tulad, awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng patawad mo'y tagumpay na nag-iibig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidinig. Luman ang araw ng walhaging pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng pagkay mga amin, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Good afternoon, mabuhay to all electronic engineers. Welcome to IECEP Rizal Chapter 7th Webinar Series. Before we start, we would like to apologize for the delay of today's 7th webinar series that's supposedly 8 a.m. due to unforeseen circumstances. I am Maisa Jesma and I will be your host for this event. Before we formally start our most awaited technical session, let us do a quick audio and video check. I would like to ask everyone to type in our chat box hashtag IECEP Rizal 7 if you can clearly hear and see me. Thank you, everyone. So for this afternoon, just like our previous webinar series, we will have two topics. The first part, which is academic operational administration in foreign country, perspective from an expert, that will be discussed by Engineer Eric Embang, IE, MSEMG. And the second topic would be understanding database security, threat, and best practices that will be discussed by Engineer Frank Solancho, PECE, MIS. Just to advise our dear participants that now we have our official Zoom naming convention. So for students, please type your school and full name. And for our IECEP members, please type your IECEP chapter and full name. And for non-IECEP participants, please type your company and full name. Please like, share, and subscribe to the official YouTube page of IECEP National for us to be informed and be notified about the upcoming events, online training series, CSRs, and happenings in the IECEP community. Aside from that, we are streaming live via our official YouTube channel, and also for the information of everyone, our webinar for today is being recorded. We also have our Facebook page. Just search IECEP Rizal chapter, and we would also like to ask everyone to do please follow, like, and share to keep you updated with events and other special activities. Our official hashtag for today are hashtag IECEP Rizal knows no boundaries, hashtag keep adding value, and hashtag mabuhay IECEP, and lastly, hashtag one IECEP. Without further ado, let's start our program by welcoming our very own engineer, RJ Likup, PECE, AE, APEC, PhD, CME, and GNC. The 2022 IECEP Result Chapter, Vice Governor for Technical and Specialization.
Good afternoon to all of us. Good afternoon, fellow engineers. So, welcome to the 7th IECEP Rizal webinar series. We have another interesting topic in line for all of us today. So, on behalf of IECEP Rizal, we would like to thank Engineer Embang and Engineer Solancho for sharing their expertise in their respective field. So, let's participate actively and let's maximize this session and the precious time our resource speaker allotted for us. So, as mentioned a while ago, our first topic will focus on the academic operational administration in a foreign country, looking into the perspective of an expat. At the same time, the second topic will tackle the concept of understanding the security, threat, and best practices. So, as I always say, continuous learning is needed, regardless of whether it's face-to-face or online. Here in IECEP Rizal, we will ensure that we would provide learning opportunities to upgrade our technical knowledge and expertise. So, good afternoon. God bless us all at ingat po tayong lahat.
Thank you, sir. Moving on to advise our dear participants of our house rules. First, be respectful. Treat everyone how you would like to be treated. Second, be an active participant. You may direct your topic-related questions in the Zoom chat box, and we will try to cover all of it during the Q&A session. Third, no spamming in the live comments. Fourth, you are enjoined to attend the whole duration of the webinar. We have strict attendance system in place and checking shall be done from time to time. Your attendance will be invalidated if you do not complete 90% of the session. An evaluation test shall be provided after the Q&A session to gauge the learning gain in this webinar. After the Q&A session, kindly accomplish the post-webinar evaluation survey, which will be posted in the Zoom chat box. And lastly, keep an open mind and enjoy the webinar. To our dear participants who are inquiring on how to qualify for digital certificates and CPD units, please observe the following. You must be registered and confirmed participant of myicep.net, completed at least 90% of the session, passed the evaluation test, and accomplished the post-webinar evaluation survey. At this juncture, let me call on Engineer Melody Yodico, ECE 2022 IECEP Rizal Treasurer, for the introduction of the resource speaker.
Thank you so much, Aisa. So a great Saturday afternoon, engineers. It is a great pleasure to introduce our speaker today, who's going to share his expertise in academic operational administration in a foreign country perspective from an expat. Our speaker has spent almost his entire career with profound knowledge in the field of industrial engineering and business education. Indeed, a dedicated academician. He is a current dean or vice rector in Management Development Institute of Singapore in Tashkent, Uzbekistan, or MDIST. He is also a former professor of Industrial Engineering Departments at Holy Angel University in Angeles City, Pampanga. He had spent most of his years at the University of the Assumption in the city of San Fernando, Pampanga as a college dean, a senior faculty member, and a chairperson. And just to highlight a few of his many achievements, he had been a part of a research magazine editorial and conducted YouTube research video series in MDIST. And now we're going to hear more from a safety officer a certified Six Sigma practitioner, a master in management, a master of science in engineering management, and a doctor in business management. No other than Dr. Eric.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir po.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
loud and clear.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a pleasure for me to speak before your organization. I remember it was the early or late last year that my classmate from Mapua, the engineer Ron, invited me to speak before you. And I said right away, of course, because he's also a friend until now, okay? Way back in our MS days. Okay, so what I will be sharing with you is some of just snapshots of what I do in MDIST in Tashkent. For all your information, Tashkent, Uzbekistan is a former a republic of Soviet before. This is now an independent country, and this is Uzbekistan can be found in Central Asia. Okay, it's a double landlocked country, and it is among the STAN countries like Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Kazakhstan. Uzbekistan is in the middle of these five STAN countries, and we have here in Uzbekistan I think the most dynamic among the five STAN countries, because we have so many foreign universities here. Universities from Italy, universities from Japan, from Korea, and other big countries. All right. I would like to greet you in Russian, Dobre Utro, and in Uzbekistan, Assalamu alaikum. To start with, MDIST was actually founded in 1956. MDIS being the mother company, this is actually based in Singapore. And for your information, I am actually a representative of MDIS or Singapore campus or main campus. I am the representative to Tashkent. And as such, we handle Singapore or MDIS main campus handles the operational requirement, okay, or the operational functions of the university here in Tashkent. This was founded in 1956 as Singapore's oldest not-for-profit professional institute for lifelong learning. Previously, MDIS was engaged in seminars in Singapore before in the 1956 since its foundation or its departure from Malaysia. It's because there were at the time through the efforts of Lee Kuan Yew, he helped develop Singapore into a primary country in terms of the economics. Okay, currently we have 4 campuses. The first one was established in 2008 here in Tashkent, where I am based right now. This is through the presidential decree of President Islam Karimov. The second one was established in 2013 in Johor, Malaysia. It is a very sprawling structure in Johor, Malaysia. And the other one is India in 2015. And the latest, which will be operational this coming academic year, would be in Tajikistan, Dushanbe, Tajikistan, which will offer mostly business and a little of technical courses, right? MDIST is a joint venture of the Uzbekistan Banking Association, which owns 49% of the campus, and 51% by MDIS. Next is, it was established in 2007, September 5, 2007, under the Presidential Decree 691, with its primary goal of preparing highly qualified specialists. Because at that time in 2007, since its separation from the Soviet Union, the new government then actually programmed it to develop its young people in Uzbekistan to be able to compete well in a modern economy. So thus, the invitation from the then president of Uzbekistan to the president of Singapore before to set up its capital accordance with international tertiary education standards and the tasks of National Program for Personal Training of the Republic of Uzbekistan. The vision, MDIST vision, is somewhat relative to the vision of MDIS campus or in Singapore. Is lifelong learning with global recognition. You will know later why is it referred to as with global recognition. The mission is to maximize the future readiness of individuals, and the culture is more on embracing the culture for lifelong learning to nurture and maximize the potentials of our stakeholders. You know very well that Central Asia, particularly Uzbekistan, is a part of that Silk Road. It's an ancient commerce road from China going through this country, Central Asia, and going to Europe. So Central Asia, in terms of the economic perspective, globally is such a very important part. Okay, so the core values are life, learn. L is for lifelong learning. Excellence for E, ability driven for A. R is for responsibility and nurturing our talents. But currently, we are hosting global professionals, namely from Singapore, America, Germany, Lebanon, Turkey, South Korea, United Kingdom professors, Mexico, Spain, Egypt, Nigeria, Yemen, Philippines, and other countries. Currently, we have about 15 or 18 international or visiting lecturers here in MDIST, and we have about more than 5,000 tertiary level students in our campus. To show you some of the facilities, these are some pictures that I can show you: classrooms and lecture theaters, computer laboratories, hospitality training center, and various sports facilities, tennis court, indoor swimming pool, indoor basketball, and volleyball. Okay, since Uzbekistan is such a big country and most of our students are coming from regions. Okay, when we talk of regions, it's all the distance from Tashkent to regions. It's all about 1,000 plus kilometers. So the owner, the local owner, made it a point to provide accommodation. So we have here hostel just within the periphery of the university that provides comfort for on-campus accommodation that can handle 140 people or 140 students at the same time. MDIS and MDIST is partnered with UK, United Kingdom universities. We have currently Teesside University, University of Sunderland, and Bangor University. These are degree courses that we handle. We deliver all of these courses that these United Kingdom universities provides. So we also have Foundation University, foundation year students. This is basically the start of their college year. It starts with foundation year, and then after they pass foundation year level, they would progress to year 1, year 2, and year 3. So basically, these are our partner universities. The University of Sunderland, UK, in London. This is a global player in terms of academic institution. The University of Sunderland has been instrumental in teaching since 1901 and became a university in 1992 with 20,000 scholars studying in University of Sunderland. Okay, 20,000 plus scholars and still increasing University of Sunderland scholars nationwide. And this university was ranked, okay, 90th top university in UK in 2017. And these are the courses that we deliver for them. BA or Bachelor of Arts with honors in accounting and finance, business and management, business and financial management, business and marketing management, fashion products and promotion. Another partner university is Bangor. This is from Wales, United Kingdom, founded in 1884. BU has a long tradition of academic excellence. With 11,000 students currently studying at the university and more than 600 academic staff. And this is ranked top 40 in UK in research and 62nd in 2017 in terms of the academics. All right, and these are the programs being offered here in Tashkent. Bachelor of Science with honors in banking and finance, business economics, and computer, just to name a few, right? So the third and the latest is the Teesside University, originally founded as Constantine College. The institution was officially opened by the Prince of Wales on July 2nd, 1930. University status led to greater emphasis on expansion. Thus, MDIS Tashkent is just one of the many overseas expansions of these three partner universities. Okay, and these are the courses that we run here in Tashkent. A Bachelor of Arts with honors in international business, in human resources management, and in project management. And we also deliver here Master in Business Administration under the University of Sunderland in terms of finance, marketing, supply chain, hospitality management, and human resources management. Again, these MBA courses and undergrad courses are designed towards what the government, when it was first promulgated in 2007, in support of developing young people of Uzbekistan. This is the heart of my work here in Tashkent, because as I mentioned a while ago, I am basically the representative of MDIS, or main campus from Singapore, and we handle the operational functions of the university. Under the operational, when we talk of operational functions, these are what we call the academic functions. Okay, under the academics team, I have 4 departments. Okay, within the academics team, the lecture management. Lecture management, its official task is to hire, provide good welfare for our professors, may it be local and international, training, discipline, and basically compensation. Okay. Right now, lecture management, the hiring of especially local and visiting lecturers is an all-year-round process from us. It's because our academic year starts from October, first week of October. The first semester is 12 weeks, purely discussion on purely academics, and 2 weeks for midterm and final assessment. So that's about 12 to 13 weeks or 12 to 14 weeks. So for the first semester, it starts end of September or first week of October and ends on the final examination on the usually January of the next year. And then after that, we are provided with winter break, and the winter break is usually running for 1 month. And second semester usually starts first week or last week, first week of February or last week of January, and runs until the last week of May. So basically from June until September, June until August, this is the summer season for Uzbekistan for 4 seasons. All right. So during this 3 months here in the school, we are just very, very busy with entrance examinations for new students who will be a part of foundation year level. And we also have what we call entrance examinations for MBA or masters, and we have what we call direct entry. And this direct entry already has English subjects that has been taken from other schools, and they usually jump or go to degree courses on the year 1, year 2, and year 3 level. So lecture management job is very critical, such that lecture management is pretty much directly connected with MDIS or our Singapore campus. For instance, in terms of approval of local and visiting lecturers, usually the process is if an applicant should go through 3 levels of interview, and making sure while doing that, we also make sure that the documents presented to us are true and correct, and who is in charge of making sure that these documents are true and correct. MDIS or the main campus is in charge of making sure that the documents presented by visiting lecturers or local lecturers are true and correct. Okay, this is being done by Singapore campus. Okay, so if in the initial assessment these documents are true, we can now proceed with the first interview and the second interview and the third interview. Usually, third interview is done in triangle. First, the first level is an initial interview from MDIST team, which I am a part of it. And the second interview is done by the rector. The third interview, just to make sure that the quality of the professor that we are getting are really sure. Okay. And the third interview is usually done through Zoom with MDIS or with Singaporean colleagues. Mostly, if an applicant is considered through the third interview, his documents will be forwarded to the partner university like TU, Teesside University, University of Sunderland, and Bangor University for their approval. Okay, for their approval on what modules. Modules is what we refer to here in the Philippines. We call it as subject. Okay, here module assignment is basically done by partner university, and partner university has to make sure that based on documents, he is or she is qualified to teach, let us say, a project management module. So it's basically the final say of the professor handling a particular module is the partner university. So if the professor has been, shall I say, approved by partner university, contracts will be signed by these applicants or these newly admitted professors to be able to handle. Now, for visiting lecturers, we have currently currently we have teachers coming from Bangladesh, from Pakistan, from India, and from Philippines, basically. Right now, we have about 5 fellow Filipinos here, me as the Dean of Academics here and Vice Rector, and we have 4 other Filipinos who are teaching in the professional level or in the degree courses, right? For visiting lecturers, before coming here, a visa and other papers are usually handled by Singapore campus. Because right now, the difficulty right now in our country is that there is no Uzbekistan embassy in the Philippines. So all of the paperwork are done by Singapore campus because we have Uzbekistan embassy in Singapore. Okay, so they handle all of this. And then from this side, from Tashkent side, in order for you to enter the country, you need to have an invitation from the institute. Invitation letter will be issued after the partner university has approved your deployment to teach a particular module. This is the very heart of the work of lecture management. Another part of our academics team is the central planning unit. Central planning unit is, they are basically in charge of teaching assignments, okay, and students' timetable. We are, hello, we are using here a software provided for by Singapore campus. This is, okay, in terms, the first one is lecturers or professors will be given, or lecture management will give the modules to be handled by each professor. And this list passed on to them by lecture management will be distributed in the system being used by the central planning units. Okay, if all things are done in terms of adjustment of schedule for teachers, adjustment of schedule for students, but basically the basic principle, or the most important principle in the central planning unit work, is we have to be able to prioritize the interests of students in terms of their scheduling. Because usually for degree courses, our students here, they only have about 3 to 4 modules or 3 subjects. Okay, this is the design of UK educational system. There's no such thing as minor subjects for degree courses. It's all major. Basically, the UK educational system, its intent is to train the skills that is expected of you when you work in the industry. So basically, our students here for about 3 years, year 1, year 2, and year 3, on the average, they only have about 12 subjects to hurdle. Okay, these are 12 modules. Okay, and the basic premise all the time in the central planning unit work is to make sure that students' interest in terms of their schedule should be met and should be agreed upon. Meaning that if a student has a 9 to 10:30 subject, the next subject should be 10:30 to 12, and the next subject should be a break of 1.5 hours, should be about 1:30 to 3. Okay, so the long vacant is not allowed in terms of the scheduling, the subjects, or the modules of students. Okay, because most of our students here, they support their own. Most of them, 90% of them, they support their education. They also work at the same time, and this is the good thing about the UK educational system, because you only have limited number of modules to look into, and the rest of the week you can work actually. The next is in the academic team is the product development management team. The PDM, and we call it in short PDM, is in charge of looking out for new innovations in terms of course offerings. Again, this is also in connection or in partnership with our mother campus in Singapore and our partner university. And if in the local context, project management, because in this case, right now, there is a construction boom here in Tashkent. Okay, the economic activity and the construction activity, and you know, your profession too is actually booming in Tashkent. Okay, so thus in recognizing this boom or construction boom and other engineering field in this country, we have developed, or partner university developed, project management. Okay, this is geared towards a young Uzbek student or a young Uzbek professional to work in an engineering firm or an architecture firm. So PDN is in charge of making sure that innovation among courses offered among partner universities are fully developed. Okay, this is in the context of making sure that the development of these young people are geared towards the national interest and also for global perspective, right? So the next team or the next part of the academic team, okay, under Singapore is exam unit. And this is one of the most important team under operations because they are actually in charge of assessment for current students and entrance examination. Now, if you're going to ask me how examinations are basically handled by Singapore, me as the official representative, what I do is that if it is an offline examination, I make sure that I am basically the only one, okay, and strictly assigned by Singapore main campus to make to print all examinations, foundation year to year 1, year 2, and year 3 level. Okay, I exclusively do the examinations and printing, okay, of papers. I also receive on my own under tight security with codes all of the approved test papers coming from partner universities, Sunderland, Bangor University, and Teesside University, and also MDIS for foundation year level. Okay, no other local managers or no other local employees can view all of these approved test papers and assignments. Okay, I am the only one who is in charge. So basically, the responsibility is gargantuan, so to speak, in terms of how critical my role is here. And this is the most important part of my job, to make sure that the security of test papers are fully secured. We know for a fact that there may be some people who may do some other things. Okay, so these are the academic standards, operational standards for we implement. Okay, these standards has been in existence for more than 10 years. We will be now celebrating our 15th year, and these are the standards that we follow, and these are also the standards that partner universities provide. Okay, so before an academic year is finished, partner universities, we have what we call internal and external board meeting. In the external the internal board meeting, we usually conduct with MDIS or our main campus. We look through all the marks of all students in terms of their performance. Okay, because as a standard, all modules should not exceed 20% failure rate. Okay, it should not exceed a 20% threshold rate for each module. Otherwise, the blame would be put on the lead lecturer, because we have here lecturer and tutor. Okay, the lead lecturer handles all the responsibilities. Therefore, in terms of the internal board meeting, if Singapore sees that a certain module exceeded 20%, this results or this failure rate of this lecturer who was in charge in handling and delivering the lecture would have to be investigated. Okay, would have to be investigated, and Singapore and partner university would look into all the possibilities why more than 20% happen. This is how they make sure, or partner universities, this is how they make sure that all the decisions are relevant. Okay, that's why in order to do so, Okay, before examination, we have what we call vetting form. Okay, vetting form is you have that particular list. The lead lecturer would look into the approved test paper. He would look all into the items if all of these questions are within the scope, okay, of the module leader or the module guide. Okay, if the lead lecturer here notices that there are some items that are given in the examination that were not taught or that were not a part of the learning outcomes, the lead lecturer here would basically make a comment and suggest that that particular item would be stricken out. Okay, what would happen after that? If the lead lecturer would notice that there would be one or two items that need to be taken out, which were not part of the learning outcomes or the learning outline, we will have to inform our module leader from Singapore. So module leader are usually handled by Singapore colleagues. So we have the lead lecturer here, we have the tutors in Tashkent, and we have the module leaders from Singapore. Okay, module leaders, and usually in terms of marking, we have two stages. Okay, the first marker usually is from Singapore, the module leader. Okay, and then after that, the second marker is usually from the partner university. Okay, what's the idea in having second marker? We don't here in Tashkent. We just deliver lectures. Okay, and even lectures are prepared by partner universities, and even examinations, okay, are prepared by partner universities in partnership with Singapore campus. So the idea or the responsibility of lead lecturer here and tutor are just to deliver and make sure that students learn based on what is specified in the module guide. Okay, so what about exam papers? Exam papers and questions. Exam questions are prepared from the side of Singapore. These are what we call the module leaders. Okay, of course, before a test question is approved and to be sent to me prior to printing, these developed examinations would have to be approved by the module leader from partner university. So the system is like that. Okay, module leader from Singapore would prepare the questions, and he would show or she would show these questions to the module leader of partner university for a particular module. And then after that, if it is approved through exam unit Singapore, I would be receiving, okay, these approved test papers from Singapore. So that's the idea. Now, what's the idea now of having second marker? The idea of second marker from partner university, if in case the module leader from partner universities that there were some items missed out in the marking from the module leader from Singapore, the module leader from partner university would moderate, okay, the score. Okay, most likely if he sees that based on rubrics, the first marker from Singapore wasn't able to consider the answer of student, the module leader from partner university would moderate the scores. Okay. Now, in terms of if an exam has been released to students, basically we follow timeline. Okay. From the last day of the examination, all of these scanned papers, okay, usually what we did before from Tashkent is send all these printed papers to Singapore. But now because of this COVID, it has affected all of our operations. So what we do now is just we scan all of these papers and then send all of these scanned documents and test papers and put them in a very secured box, okay, internet, and then we send it through Singapore. Okay, so that would take about 2 weeks to 3 weeks for the first marker to finish all marking, and then after that, right away, those after the first marking, it will be sent to partner university for further moderation if there's a need for moderation. And then after the partner university is set, it's all good. It will be sent back to Singapore, and Singapore will release through exam unit Singapore team to the exam unit Tashkent team. So the process is, when you work with Singaporean companies, they're pretty focused on process, okay, and the timeline, and we have to strictly follow the timeline, okay. Otherwise, it's going to be really a messy and problematic. Okay. Now, what happens if a student contests? Okay, there are possibilities that results can be contested by students. Okay, we provide them that. Okay, based on academic standards too. We provide students based on the principle of democracy. Okay, remember these are partner universities from UK. They are given enough space to contest the result in terms of its validity. Okay, let us say if the student says my explanation was not considered in terms of its truthfulness, and the examples are used were not considered, he can contest that. Okay, the student can contest. Okay, and if the contest from the student is successful, before a contest is forwarded to Singapore, I will have the dean or me being the chief of academics here in Tashkent. I will have to talk to these students individually why they are contesting the result of their examination. And then after that, they will have to fill out some forms. And in my case, from my end, I investigate and talk to these students individually to make sure that their point has clarity. So if I see that they have a point in contesting a certain item in the result in their examination, I will have to endorse it for favorable result, okay, for consideration. All right. However, there are instances when let us say, I endorse it for consideration. There are instances that Singapore says no, okay, and this comes out with official letter coming from them and stating that sorry, the student is saying that sorry, your appeal is not considered because of, as per policy, as per procedure, you are not allowed to, okay, contest this one, okay, and based on our deliberation, your point is irrelevant. So basically, it's all that. It is all in writing, okay? All the processes are all in writing, okay? So these are the academic standards that we follow in the university. There are only 4 examination attempts are granted for each module, okay? 4 examination attempts. The one is what we call the main exam. Main exam is when you enroll a module for the first time, okay? So you will be given midterm examination and final examination, okay? That's what we call main exam. That's the first examination attempt. However, if you fail in the main exam, there is this what we call receipt exam, okay? In the receipt exam, we have what we call this supplementary, okay? For example, for the whole academic year 2020-2021, first sem and second sem, a student failed in the first semester his or her final examination, okay? So that student will be advised to resit or to take the supplementary exam, which is usually given every summer, like July or August. That's the schedule for supplementary exam. And supplementary exam is usually capped at 40%, okay? So that's the highest. That's the highest score that a receipt exam student can only score. No matter how good your answers are, if it is a supplementary exam, you can only get 40%, okay? And 40% is the passing percentage for supplementary exam. This is for academic modules like year 1, mathematics, modules. But for English language, the score is capped at 50%. Okay, so it's either 1 or 0 during the receipt examination or supplementary exam. However, if you fail again the supplementary exam or receipt exam, you will have to go to remodule or attempt to enroll. That's in our country, it's what we call second take. If you fail for the first time, you enroll again and you have second take. Okay, this is simplistically saying it. Okay, so we have what we call remodule, and remodule, if you fail basically one subject with prerequisite, you are not allowed to progress to another year level. You have to wait for another year. And this is how tedious the quality control in UK university, especially partnered with Singaporean institution. Okay. Again, if you fail in the remodule subject, you will have to resit again. Okay. And then receipt examination and will be capped at 40%. However, if you fail to pass the second receipt examination for a certain module, you will be kicked out of the program or the partner university. And this is the academic standards that we follow here, and also this is the standard that partner universities follow, and Singapore, MDIS, Singapore campus is following. Okay. Next is, okay, in terms of attendance, each students are only allowed maximum of 20%. Okay, 20%. Okay. However, if you are absent for a certain days, we have what we call mitigating circumstance. Mitigating circumstance is if you are sick on the same day that an absence occurred, you have to present a medical certificate. Okay, but based on the standard, we have form here in the campus that is only accepted. Okay, we do not accept any forms outside of the institute forms. Okay, so this form would have to be. We also have doctors here. Okay, we also have medical team. Okay, so this form has to be withdrawn from the medical team, and this has to be filled out by the doctor outside. Okay, so in terms of what do we look for? Why do we have standard form? Because we have here some they can present or they can get medical certificates for free. That is why we're very, very strict in terms of its authenticity and validity. And who is in charge of making sure that the authenticity and validity of the medical certificate is done? Our doctors, our institute doctors. They will make a call or maybe even visit, okay, the clinic of that doctor who affix his or her signature. Okay, if the medical certificate was established to be fraud, okay, the student will be subject to an investigation, and the investigation may lead to him being kicked out of the university. And we are very, very strict on that because of the structure. Okay, and this is what Singapore has passed on to us that we need to be needs to be implemented. Okay, and we use here the tap the tap in and the tap out system. And basically, if it is tapped in, automatically it will be entered in the system. Okay, so next, we also have here the Research and Development Center in the university. Previously, or just very recently, we have established an MOU, Memorandum of Understanding, with a certain school in Pampanga. Okay, we have established a partner university, partnering with them. Okay, the main activities are Research and Development Center, and we also have business incubator. Okay, the idea of business incubator here is that the Uzbekistan government believes so much in the capability of young people. Okay, for instance, we have students here who has ideas in terms of engineering, in terms of because we also have the information technology here. Very recently, we have a student who got a shall I say fee from the German government because his ideas were presented to the Germany government, and the German embassy here liked his idea, and he was paid about 50,000 US dollars. Okay, all these ideas were given to the German government. So this is what we call the business incubation. And we also have fashion design and promotion. This is fashion and design and promotion is a bachelor's degree here also. Okay, this is under Sunderland University, and we have European countries who are providing financial benefits to students who will excel and who would be able to present their designs. Okay, and right now our institute has gotten a 100,000 euro grant from the German government for them to be able to establish their incubation here. All of the ideas from our fashion design and promotion students are going to the German government. Okay, next. I'll have it in passing. In 2018, MDIS Tashkent, what we call established the Tourism Innovation and Co-Learning Center. We know for a fact that we have what we call heritage sites in Uzbekistan. We have this Kiva. Okay, this is like about almost 2,000 kilometers from Tashkent. Okay, and it can only be reached if you're going to Kiva via train, fast train. It would take you 24 hours to travel. Okay, if you would go by plane, it would take only about 3 hours. Okay, but Kiva is worth visiting. Okay, because and also Bukhara. During my first year here, I went to Bukhara in 2019 December. It was so very cold, and the heritage place, Bukhara, is such an exciting destination. And then very recently, I went to Samarkand. Okay, so I already have visited two heritage places in my bucket list. So the last would be Kiva. Okay, so these places were emirates before. Okay, before the time of the Soviet occupation. Okay, but because of this occupation, it was merged into one country. Right? And if you're going to ask me, basically Uzbekistan is a mixture of so many races. Okay, from the side of Kiva, the people there are mostly Turk-looking. Okay, Turkey-looking. For Bukhara, most of them are Persian. Okay, and Samarkand, most of them are Tajiks. Okay. In Uzbekistan, most of the people here, they look like a mix, a Mongol and a Tajik and Persian at the same time. Okay, next. To increase the efficiency and productivity, the tourism center involves expert groups, including representatives from MDIS, from our mother campus in Singapore. Okay. In April 22, 2021, marked the important event, the opening of the MDIS Business Incubator. I told you about the Business Incubator. And we have about 2, 3, 4 students who have already enjoyed, enriched themselves, and recipient of this $50,000 or $20,000 at the same time. So the opening of the cooperation agreement was signed to alleviate further implementation of MDIS Student Campus startup projects and ideas. So their ideas are put into fruition and to make it as a working or startup business venture. So just to So to show you some of the activities, MDIS graduates, or among its alumni through its product development center, all our outputs enjoy about 90%, 94% of our alumni are employed within 6 months after graduation. But most of them, most of our graduates are Uzbek, and some are from Tajikistan, and some are from Iran, and some are from Afghanistan and Pakistan. Most of them belong to very rich families. Okay, so some of them end up having their own business after graduation. Okay, so next is alumni association, and this is some pictures of the social life in MDIS Tashkent. Okay, we have dress code here. We have dress code with necktie, or maybe even you can have, since it's very, very cold here, okay, in Uzbekistan right now, we are still under winter season, and winter season starts December until February. After winter, we will have spring. But normally, here in the country, the cold weather starts from fall, which is September, until May. Okay, these are very, very cold seasons. Okay, but for summer like June until August, it's really hot because 70% or 80% of the country is desert, and it's really it's really very, very hot during summer. Okay, that's it. And then we have here career fairs, industry visits, conferences, and professional talks. And we also excel in export events, exchange programs. We have exchange programs with schools from Azerbaijan, exchange programs from schools from Pakistan. We are now going to Southeast Asia. That's why the first school in Pampanga, to which I am very responsible to of creating partnership, has come into fruition, and we're just waiting for the details from both parties to agree. Okay, and we will have the signature or the signing of memorandum of agreement between each two institute or each two universities, right? So these are some of the equipment or facilities within the school itself. We have weight rooms complete. Okay, because I tell you, students here are very, very demanding, are very, very pushy. Okay, they're very emotional when they request for some things. Okay, some facilities. Okay, and we have swimming pool here. Of course, this is basically a soccer country. They love soccer. We have indoor soccer, basketball also, and when like outside. Okay, we have soccer venue for outside of the this buildings. Okay, so this is the new building that has been used firstly just this academic year, second semester, and it opened last September. Okay, so that's the end of my speech. But before that, I would like to share some tidbits of my stay here for the last more than 2 years. So I came to Uzbekistan, Tashkent in 2019. But first, that was, I remember, May 25, 2019, I went to Singapore just for a 1 week training in Singapore. And then after 1 week in Singapore, I traveled to Tashkent. So for me, I also travel at the same time, but not as far as Uzbekistan, okay? Not as far as 6,000 plus kilometers away from the Philippines. So there was this, while on my way here, there was this uneasiness in my mind. So what to expect, okay? Because I've seen how demanding these people are, because during my, on my way here from Singapore to Incheon, okay, and then from Incheon to Tashkent. From Incheon to Tashkent, I was with several Uzbek people, okay, traveling, okay, because they also love to travel, and I could see how they behave, okay. They're really, really very demanding, okay. Another one is that uh, upon my arrival here, our rector here talked to me and briefed me on what to expect on these students. It was really true that when they get into your office, they have this very big voice. Okay, they even shout. Okay, but you have to be able, as an expat. Okay, your intention is actually to earn for your family. Okay, that is always on the back of my mind. Okay, I cannot be emotional, or I cannot be tested on how they would behave in front of me. I always tell them, okay, just relax. Okay, keep calm, and then breathe in, breathe out. After 3 breathing, okay, tell me your concern. Okay, this is how I have, sustained myself for more than 2 years here in Tashkent. But Tashkent and Uzbekistan is one of the most peaceful countries. Okay, in Central Asia. Even if you would go out during midnight, okay, nothing can harm you. Nobody can harm. Nothing will happen to you. Okay, because outside of our university, we live within the university because we are provided hostel within the university. Uh, when we go out, the guards would tell us they would remind us to be back before 11 in the evening because that's our curfew. Okay, but sometimes we also drink beer outside. Okay, sometimes we go beyond 11 o'clock, and it's peaceful. But one of the most challenging part is the what we call the language barrier. Okay, because they are still learning. Young people are still old people here. They really cannot speak English. Okay, so if I do my grocery shopping or market shopping, I have with me Google Translate. Okay, it's such a big help. Okay, so from English to Uzbek or English to Russian, because Russian is a second language for them. Okay, that's why in my introduction I said Dobre Utro. That's actually good morning from Tashkent, and Dobre Vish. Okay, good afternoon. Okay, in in the Philippines. So it's basically that way because number one, uh, during my first few days here or first few weeks, I'm always frightened, okay, of what to expect. Because when I was here, it was summer and it was the height of our entrance examination. Okay, it was the height of our entrance examination for 3 months. So I was right away put to test. Okay, I was right away put to test, and I saw how they behave and how emotional they are. There was even a time when during 2019 that there were so many parents who came into my office. They were all both speaking in Russian and Uzbek and shouting blah 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 blah. And then I just called some local guys to interpret because most their kids failed the entrance examination. You know how Singaporean companies operate, right? If you fail, you fail. Nothing else. Okay, there's no consideration. Okay, so that's one of the many challenges in terms of the food. I tell you, we already have so many fast foods here. We have KFC outside. It's a funny story about this food because at one time a local guy told me this was in 2019. How are you, doc? And I asked him, where can I get some food here? So we have KFC over there, just outside the university. You can just walk your way to KFC. And then what's funny was I was ordering rice, and rice here in Uzbek is rice. I was looking for rice and for that gravy, right? There's no gravy, there's no rice. KFC or foreign fast food here, Wendy's and KFC, their servings are also contextualized in an Uzbek platform. So because here Uzbek and Russians are pretty much on bread. Okay, there's not much rice being eaten here. As a part of bread is their staple food. So that was a funny experience. I was looking for rice and gravy in KFC, and these local local people inside the KFC were laughing at me. What they're only available was bread and some fried chicken and others. Okay, so that's just one of the experiences I'm sharing to you. Again, I would just like to give thanks to Engineer Ron, my classmate from Mapua, for giving me this chance to speak before you guys, your organization. I see that there are so many attendees, and that you can also try your luck because Uzbekistan is going itself. We have so many engineers here in Uzbekistan. They are all outside. They are all outside the region or outside Tashkent. Okay, most of our engineers in the gas, because very recently they were able to find gas deposit here in Tashkent, which is capable again of supplying the country for the next 50 or 100 years. So it's an abundant reserve. So usually here we have Filipino community, and those engineers coming from the regions, I usually meet them. Okay, and there's this one engineering company who is also a graduate of Mapua. Is about 70 years old, and he's been here for more than 10 years, and he's been involved in the gas. He's a mechanical engineer. His company where he's employed is involved in the gas pipeline, doing pipeline. Okay, so if you want to travel, if you have so much money, you can visit here, and the country is open. This is visa upon arrival. Okay, you just have to go through some processes. Okay, so thank you very much, officers of the IEC of the Electronics Engineering Rizal chapter. I would like to say thank you to all to you for giving me this chance to speak before you and share my experiences in an academic context. Once again, thank you very much and good day.
All right. Thank you, Engineer Eric Embang, for that informative technical presentation. There has been a lot of discussion over the last few decades about the growth of the services sector in terms of nation's GDP and people's occupation, compared to the manufacturing sector, which had dominated the business scenario since craftsmen gave to the factories of the Industrial Revolution. Operation management is discipline that originated to solve management problems in factory environment. But since mid-20th century researchers, lecturers, and practitioners have begun to adopt the knowledge of the field to also support service operation. Now, Engineer Embang, let us proceed to our Q&A portion.
Okay, go ahead.
The first question is from Sir Alvin Lalisan. Does the MDIS provide online examination? If yes, how can the proctor make sure that there is no cheating during the online examination?
Yeah. Basically, during this time of pandemic, right now, for degree courses under the partner university and foundation year, we conduct, okay, we conduct online examination, especially for the past 2 years. But basically, in order to safeguard copying, we have what we call Turnitin system, okay, and that in the Turnitin system, students are provided 2 links. We have what we call draft link and the final link. A student is required to submit his work or his examination in the draft link. In the draft link, it would show the similarity index. Okay, if the index says it is more than 20%, the student has to change something structurally, his work or his examination. Otherwise, if he insists on submitting it in the final link, that student will be investigated. And you know what's the penalty usually of high similarity index is the score of the student will be capped to 0. No more explanation, okay? Because Turnitin is so powerful. This is through the Blackboard system. We use Blackboard system, okay? It says there, if the Turnitin link says of high similarity index, more than 20%, definitely that those students will be investigated and they will be forced to resit the examination. If this is for the first time, the student will be firstly enrolled. But for remodule, definitely the penalty is he will be kicked out. Okay? So that's how Singapore safeguards the result of the examination. This is through Turnitin. But right now, we are moving towards Uzbekistan. We have gone 100% to offline education or traditional mode. Most of our examinations now are offline. So in terms of similarity, there's not much zero. There's actually zero. There would be zero problems now because examinations are administered here in the campus, right? So that's my what we call reply to that. But BU, one of our partner university, is using this certain software that I could not recall actually. They're using it in UK, but when our Singapore main campus looked about it, it was very, very expensive and it's not practical to get it purchased. Okay, so we're just using now existing partner in Blackboard and Turnitin. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Embang, for answering the question. And I believe that also ends our question. With that being said, let's proceed to the awarding of certificate. May we call on Engineer Melody Yodico, ECE 2022 IECEP Rizal Treasurer, for the awarding of the speaker's certificate. Hello, Engineer Melody Yodico.
Miss Aisa?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, could you allow me to just let you hear how thank you is done in Russian? I would play it.
Sure po, sir.
Okay.
Доброе утро, дамы и господа. Приятно выступать перед вами. Так рад украсить это событие для вас и вашей организации.
Okay. And in Uzbek, I would, okay. So I think that's how we do it in Russian. Okay, the greetings for thank you and good afternoon, good morning. All right.
Thank you so much, sir, and Engineer Eric Embang.
Hello,
Okay.
guys. Can you hear me na?
Yeah.
Yes po.
Clear, loud and clear.
All right. Sorry for that. So thank you so much, Doc Eric. And this is to hand over the certificate of appreciation from
Yeah.
Institute of Electronics Engineers of the Philippines, Rizal Chapter, accreditation number 44. And this certificate is proudly presented to Doc Eric Embang for sharing his knowledge and expertise as our resource speaker on our 2022 IECEP Rizal Chapter 7th webinar series with the topic entitled Academic Operational Administration in a Foreign Country, Perspectives from an Expat. Given this 19th day of February in the year of our Lord 2022 at the province of Rizal, Philippines. Signed by our chapter governor, Engineer Ronaldo Reyes. Thank you so much, Doc Eric.
Okay, thank you very much too. And please say hi to Engineer Reyes. Okay?
All right, sir. Thank
Okay, okay.
you.
Thank you. Okay, Assalamualaikum from Tashkent, Uzbekistan. Greetings all to you.
Thank you everyone for participating and listening to the first session of our event. We will now have 15 minutes break before we start the second session of our seventh webinars. Thank you. To our dear participants, the link for attendance or evaluation form is now available in our chat box. So please do not forget to fill this out, as this is one of the requirements to qualify for the e-certificates and earn CPB units. Good afternoon again, everyone. To our dear participants, the link of attendance or evaluation form is now available in our chat box. Please do not forget to fill this out as this is one of the requirements to qualify for the e-certificates and earn CPD units. And to continue the webinar, let me call Engineer Frank Solancho, PECE, MIS.
Good afternoon. Hello.
Ma'am Melody.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay. Sige.
All right,
Okay.
sir. We'll proceed, sir, sa introduction of resource speaker. All right. Okay, so Engineer Frank Solancho, a professional electronics engineer and a master of information systems from University of the Philippines, is our distinguished guest speaker today. A dynamic, personable educator with almost 15 years hands-on industry experience, putting engineering theory into practice in real-world environments. He is our pride from Sun Life Financial Asia Services as a senior data security analyst from 2016 up to today. He is an IT professional with proven expertise in supporting and optimizing performance of servers, workstations, peripherals, operating systems, networks, hardware, and software, including installation, configuration, and preventive maintenance. He provided service-focused technical support, both remote and on-site, to achieve effective troubleshooting, efficient resolution of issues, and maximum customer satisfaction. Since 2008, Engineer Frank is a dedicated part-time faculty member of College of Engineering at Pamantasan ng Lungsod ng Pasig. It gives us great pleasure to have you with us as we have been eagerly waiting to hear imparts of your proficiency on understanding database security, threat, and best practices. Once again, Engineer Frank Solancho. Good afternoon, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mel, for the introduction. So let me just share my screen. Okay. Okay. Let's see my screen. Mel, okay ba siya? Visible ba? Engineer Mel?
Yes po, rinig
Hello,
po.
sir. Sorry, nakaan. Yes, sir. Loud
Okay, sige.
and clear ko po. Yung sa presentation lang, hindi pa na-project.
Okay, so good afternoon. No? So I'm Frank Solancho right now. So I'll be discussing about the
Sir,
understanding. Hello.
sorry to interrupt po. Wala pa po yung presentation po.
Okay. Sige, wait lang. Sorry.
Sorry po.
Okay lang. Sige, share ko lang. Okay. Okay na.
Yes,
Hindi
sir.
pa. Ayan, sir. Okay na. Yep.
Okay, good. Sige.
All right. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon, fellow engineers and future engineers. No? So I'm Frank Solancho, and this will be my topic for today. So it's more about database security, so some of the common threats and challenges that we have, and the best practices, in ensuring data security. So how do we secure yung data that's inside or stored on the database server? So okay. So this will be our agenda or the list of topics that we will be discussing. So first is the information security concept, followed by the security risk awareness, the database security issues, challenges, and best practices, and later on we will be having our question and answer portion. So now let me start with information security concept. So when you say information security, it's actually it's a major it's a major priority of most of the companies. So it has something to do with the process, the policies, procedures on how we secure the data. But let me define what a data is. Pag sinabi natin data, it's basically any information which belongs to an individual or a group of individual. So pwedeng ito yung mga information such as your birthday, your address, company sensitive information, your cell phone numbers, employee salary, hospital, government records, and so on. So these records or this data, we tend to to secure. Pero paano nga ba? Paano ba natin siya gagawin? Okay? Now, in information security kasi, there are three principles which must be applied and when applied when implementing and maintaining information security. Actually, ang tawag dito is CIA triad, or just be basically CIA. Pero what is CIA? Ano ba ang CIA? Don't be confused with hindi siya yung Central Intelligence Agency. So now let's define what CIA. So actually, CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So when you see confidentiality, we preserve yung authorized restriction, access, disclosure of any information. We protect personal privacy and other proprietary information or sensitive information. So we don't want na yung mga sensitive information na meron ka will be disclosed. Disclosed meaning, ayaw mo na maalam or malaman ng iba ito. How about integrity? So when you say integrity, integrity deals with the guarding of improper modifications or altering. Gaano tayo kasigurado na yung data na yun, kunwari, sige, you have a file server, kunwari lang, how sure you are na yung mga data that are stored on that server is free from tampering or modification. Diba ang hirap? So, kinakailangan, it's free from tampering. Mamaya kasi, na-edit na pala siya ng ibang tao. Which we think na yun pala yung akala mo, yun yung data mo, but no. Possibly, that particular data can be modified or tampered by anyone. So, we have to ensure na meron tayong file integrity na tinatawag. Next is availability. Availability is what? Ensuring that data is accessible every time or anytime. So information should be accessible to authorized user. Meaning kung sino lang yung dapat may access, it should only be the one, yung kaya makapagbasa, makapag-read, and even modify, if necessary. So we want this data to be highly available. Okay, so there should be some backup, there should be some class steering or high availability setup that needs to be done on our infrastructure to make it highly available. Okay. Now, so okay na tayo for the CIA triad. Now, we have here, in securing infrastructure, meron naman tayong information security program elements. So actually, ang tawag nila dito is business triangle. So we have the technology, process, and people. Okay. Now, when you say technology, it's the advanced, innovative, mga highly secure toolset, na ginagamit natin to safeguard our infrastructure. Example, we do have firewalls, we do have the intrusion detection systems, we do have the penetration testing systems, vulnerability assessment, SDLC, SIEM, and so on. So that falls under the technology. Okay. Now, process. Ano naman itong process na to? When you say process, it's a well-defined, robust, flexible, and adaptable procedure or a methodology. No? So nandyan pumapasok yung risk management, access management, change management, patch management, incident management. No? Sir, paano ba to? No? When you say change management, no? So if there would be some changes that needs to be done on your application or on your infrastructure, do you have an existing policies or procedures in place? Paano ba natin siya ginagawa? Do we have to apply it instantly sa production or kailangan muna natin i-test muna on the lower environment or on the test environment? No? So normally, ang ginagawa nila, no, for the change management is that kailangan muna natin siyang i-test muna on the dev or development stage. Then later on, we move to UAT, no? If everything's are fine, no? So at wala na tayong issue or any findings, then that's the only time na i-move mo, I mean yung changes, no? I-apply mo yung changes on the production. No? And that's how change management is. How about incident?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt again po. In the chat box po, choppy daw po yung audio niyo.
Choppy yung line ko?
Baka po sa mic niyo po.
Okay. Sige. Let me just use my...
Sige po. Thank you po.
Hearing for now. Kailangan. Hearing. Hello, hello. Hello, hello.
Yes po, sir.
Okay.
Medyo choppy pa din po.
Okay pa rin?
Yes po.
Hello? Okay. Okay na ba siya?
Choppy pa din po, sir.
Ayan, okay na siya.
Better po. Thank you po, sir.
Okay na siya?
Yes po.
Sige, okay.
Yes, sir. Okay na.
Sige, sorry for the interruption. Let me just share it again. Okay. Sige. Ulit ko for the information security concept. Okay. Now, for the first elements for successful organization security transformation. So these are the technology, process, and people. So this elements, normally we call it as business triangle. No. So let's start with technology. So when you say technology, ito yung advanced, innovative, and yung mga highly secure tools na ginagamit natin to safeguard yung mga infrastructure natin. Okay? So dito pumapasok yung mga IPS, LDS, and the IPS, that's the intrusion prevention system, intrusion detection system. We have there yung mga vulnerability assessment, secure STL, secure software development lifecycle, the SIEM or the security information and event management. No, that falls under the technology. No, now what's the process? No, what's the process? Process, sabi natin process, ito yung well-defined, robust, flexible, and adaptable procedures or methodology na ginagamit natin, such as risk management, process management, change management, incident management. Okay? Let's talk about change management, incident management. Sabi natin yung process. So, when you say change management, it's basically referring to the how you perform changes in your infrastructure given to your application. Okay? Now, paano ba yung proseso natin before we move that to production? Kailangan ba, if we want to patch or do the updating ng operating system or ng application natin, if there would be some enhancement, we go directly to the production? No. Normally, dumadaan mo na yan sa dev environment or test environment, then followed by UAT. And saka tayo nagpo-prod. Normally, ganun yung nagiging step. So, hindi po pwedeng you apply directly to the production environment. If the particular activity hasn't been tested or proven to be working on the lower region, tapos bigla nagkaroon ng problema, means ang hirap ibalik, ang hirap mag-revert to the previous state ng environment na yun. Okay. Now, how about incident management? Paano kung nagkaroon ng incident? Sino ba yung tatawagan? Sino ba yung manager in charge for doing that? Will they be calling a management meeting para mapag-usapan, how do you, for example, if there would be security breach, merong incident, nagkaroon ng failure, nagkaroon ng downtime, sino ba yung unang kakusapin? Sino ba yung gagawin ng help desk? Ano ba yung gagawin ni manager? Ano ba yung gagawin ni ITSM, na team? Will they be calling a meeting? So you have to identify yung mga proper procedure, kaya kailangan gawin ng bawat individuals na involved sa mga incidents na yan.
Hello, Sir Frank. Sir, sorry. We've been receiving feedbacks from dun sa chat box natin. Medyo choppy pa din daw po. Pero sir, if you need sir to restart your router, wait na lang din po kami, sir.
Sige, okay.
Okay. Okay, so engineers, let's just wait for Engineer Frank. So may technicality issues lang.
Engineer Mel, okay na ba? Clear ba yung line ko?
Medyo choppy pa din, sir. Can you sir try it again?
Okay. Sige, I'll restart na lang. So just give me
Yes, sir, sure.
Restart lang ako. Sorry for
Sige,
the
sir.
inconvenience. Okay.
Sure. Thank you. Okay guys, so energy check lang since kanina nung sa first na speaker, nagpa-hashtag tayo. So can you please type sa chat box natin, hashtag IECEP Rizal 7. Just to calibrate and check. Alright, so listening pa din and attentive pa din lahat. Thank you for participating. So let's just wait lang kay Engineer Frank. So nare-restart lang niya yung kanyang router. Okay. Alright. So lahat ba nakapag-attendance na kanina dun sa first na speaker natin? So last na topic? Or may mga nakaka-experience na hindi naka-receive ng badge number or hindi ma-open yung link? Okay, that's good. So far wala namang na-encounter na issue. Okay, so if meron sa inyo hindi makapag-register, please let us know lang. You can directly message us kung ano yung mga na-encounter yung technicalities, na error, whatsoever, para we can resolve it agad-agad. Okay, so sabi nila na need po ng badge number. Acer, hindi kasi parang, is it your name? So we encourage everyone to project yung first and last name nila, and if mayroon kayong affiliated na chapter, you can also also put it there para it is visible. So kay Mr. Acer or Miss Acer, hindi po namin kita yung full name mo. Alright, Normandino Constantino. Okay. Sige, so someone naman na from the committees is checking. Okay, so engineer, wait ka lang ha. Ibibigay namin yung badge number mo. So please follow na lang din yung naming convention natin. For students, school dash full name. Tapos dun naman sa mga IECEP members, please pakilagay yung IECEP chapter, tapos dash yung full name nyo. And dun naman sa mga non-IECEP company, non-IECEP members, so just put your company name tapos yung full name nyo. Okay, so I think Engineer Frank is here na.
Okay. Hi, Engineer Mel. Okay na ba? Yung audio ko?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Clear na.
Share ko lang yung screen. Okay, sorry.
Thank you.
Ay. Ayan. So, okay. Okay, so sige, balik lang ako for this one, for the information security program elements, no. So, okay naman yung line ko, no. So, let me know if okay pa naman.
Yes, Engineer Frank.
Yes,
yep.
Okay,
Very
sige,
clear
thank
na
you. Okay, so now, so let me continue. Siguro mga kailangan, wag muna lang ako mag-video. Pero okay naman yung speed nung ano ko connection. But anyway, di na muna ako mag-video. Sige. Okay, so we have here key information security program elements. No? So as I mentioned a while ago, so sabi ko kanina, we have the business triangle. No? We have the technology, people, and process. And this is often called as the business triangle. So for the technology, ito yung mga secure tools na ginagamit natin, no, to safeguard the infrastructure, such as yung mga firewalls, IPS, or the intrusion detection system / intrusion prevention system, the penetration testing tool that we normally use, no, the vulnerability assessment tool, and yung SIEM, security information and event management. No, so those tools falls under the technology. Now, when we talk about process, ano may yung we have ito yung mga procedures or methodology that we need to follow. So examples are yung risk management, access management, change management, patch management, and incident management. Okay, so when we talk about the change management, as we discussed kanina, no, it has something to do with how do you perform the actual change on your infrastructure or in your application. Kailangan ba we go directly to the production, or kinakailangan ba we have fully tested it first on the lower environment bago natin siya deploy in the production? So when you say incident management naman, if there would be some incident, let's say for example a security breach, no, ano ba yung tamang proseso or tamang procedure that we need to do? Do we need to call the help desk? Do we need to call the manager in charge? Do we need to call yung mga service management team? Or do we need to involve na kagad yung CISO or the Chief Information Security Officer? So dapat, no, we have to establish, no, we have a established process, no, or plan on how to do things. Okay. Next is the people, no. When you see people, no, so these are the individuals, no, that are mga highly experienced and capable of supporting the infrastructure. So under ng people, nandiyan yung security awareness training na kailangan we have to ensure that all the employees should be aware and familiar dun sa mga recent methodologies of how hackers do the attacks, no? So ano ba yung mga roles and responsibilities, no? Yung mga HR policies and mga disciplinary actions that we have to implement within the organizations, no? So hindi pa pwedeng may isa mawawala dyan. So those three components should be there, no, to properly secure your infrastructure. Kaya nga tatlo eh. So hindi pwedeng dalawa or kinakailangan hindi pwedeng isa lang. Minsan kasi, even if you do have those tools, kahit sabihin mong nasa Gartner yung mga tools na ginagamit natin or pinurchase ng organizations or that company, no? If you don't have enough people or mga highly skilled people that can manage that one, actually that is useless, no? So sige, sabihin natin you do have the people, you do have the tools in place, but you don't have any process or proper methodology in place, no? May problema yan, no? Kung sakaling may incident, sige, nakita nga ng tools, pero ano nang gagawin? Ano nang susunod natin gagawin? No? So those three components, no, dapat yan laging nandyan. Okay? So here are more some examples, no. We have the under the technology, we have the UTM firewalls, IDS, the data center, the physical security that we have, vulnerability assessment, the penetration testing, the application security, the ASIM or the SIEM, and some other managed services. Under people, so there should be some continuous training, awareness, HR policies, mga roles and responsibilities, no? Social engineering, social networking. Process, we have here risk management, no? Asset management, data classification, information right management, data leak prevention. Now, these are basically the processes. These are the methodologies, no, na dapat meron sa bawat organization. Okay. So, why do we need for IT security, no? Or the need for IT security and governance? I believe the organization require a structured approach, no, for managing these and other challenges. Number one, value and cost. Well, each project has its own value or cost required, no? So, in an organization, no, minsan meron kasi silang or annually, no, they do have the so-called yung mga budget season, which happens to be mga nasa Q2 or Q3, no, of the year. No, so doon pag-uusapan ano ba yung mga projects, ano ba yung cost, no, involved, no, what's the benefits, what's the advantages of having this project be implemented within the year or next year. So kinakailangan, no, yun yung mga pag-uusapan dyan. But siyempre, sabi ko nga, every project or every initiative that you are planning to do within the organization, may kakibat din yan na cost. So, aligning IT with businesses, no? So, when you say aligning IT with business, it's a process in which yung business organization uses yung IT, no, or yung information technology to achieve yung business objective, no? So, typically, no, it improve yung financial performance, yung competitiveness sa marketplace, no, para mabenta yung mga products or services na ino-offer mo, no. And actually, yung information technology is basically yan yung instrument mo no, para ma-transform yung business mo. Example, no. Paano ba tayo nagbabayad ng electric bills natin before? No. Dati, we go directly to Meralco. Tama. But now, what they did is that they have created a new company. No, we called it as yung Bayad Center, which is a subsidiary of Meralco. No, so lahat na ng mga bill payments na nandoon na. No, and kada payments mo hindi lang Meralco, hindi lang naman yung mga electric bills yung ibinabayad natin doon. No? Hindi lang big electric bills, but also yung mga telecommunication bills natin. We have SunSmart and Globe bills, no, and even yung mga credit cards, no. So lumalaking business, and from there, no, nag-expand yung business. At the same time, it is supported with the IT. Bakit? Kasi syempre you need to put up an infrastructure that will support your business. If you are trying to build, no, a new business, no, kinakailangan aligned din yung IT mo, no. So meron ka dapat mang infrastructure to support your business. So that's what I'm saying, no. How about security? For the security, of course, we don't want this to be ignored, no. So syempre, every time na lang na merong actually sa company, we do have there yung mga risk assessment. We do have there yung vulnerability assessment, policies, updating ng mga policies. So, and aside from that, we should be following those security standards that are being implemented within the organization. No, keep IT running. No, so again, we need to have skilled personnel, no, who can manage the infrastructure and application. We don't want na anything na may mga disruptions or any mga discontinuity. So pwedeng pumapasok din dyan is about yung mga BCP or business continuity plan. So under ng mga business continuity plan are let's say for example if there would be some disaster that may happen, no, siguro sa primary data center mo, dapat dun papasok yung high availability. Normally you do have there yung mga DR site kung tawagin. DR site or DR or disaster recovery site. In the event that there would be some issues, let's say nagkaroon ng earthquake, bumaha, lumindol at totally down yung primary data center mo. Normally you do have a DR wherein pwedeng lahat ng mga requests coming or papunta dapat on the primary data center, no, can be rerouted papunta dun sa DR site mo. So from there, no, mababawasan natin yung downtime, no, at yung service disruption mas mababa. So yun, that's why we have to keep IT running, no. So next is manage complexity. When you say manage complexity, it has something to do with the relationship with your suppliers, clients, employees. Example na lang, in our company, so we are, halimbawa, pag bibili ka ng software licenses, so kinakailangan meron kami tinatawag na 3-vendor policy, at least 3 vendor. Hindi pwedeng mangyari nito na, since kayo yung unang nag-provide sa amin ng presyo, no, kailangan ba kayo na sa amin or sa inyo na kami bumili ng lisensya. No, hindi ganoon, no? Or kung sakali bang kayo ba yung mababang presyo, kailangan ba kayo na yung pipiliin namin? Minsan hindi ganun yung case, no? So it has to be evaluated, no? Kung sino man yung SME or subject matter expert and even yung mga procurement team, no? So they will perform some evaluation. Okay ba yung financial status nitong company to? Wala ba tong parang negative background, no? So ganun. So it has to be evaluated. So next is yung regulatory compliance. It is what one of the important things to consider, especially if you are in the banking and finance industry. Bakit? Kasi failure to comply, no? So possible business loss. Kasi if you were not able to comply with the requirement, possibly kasi mawalan ka or hindi ka mabigyan ng license to operate, no? So you have to comply, no, all those requirements. Otherwise, hindi rin magtutuloy yung business mo, hindi rin yan mag-prosper, no? Okay. So, security controls, no? So, these security controls exist, no, to reduce or mitigate yung risk ng mga assets natin, no? Kasama dito yung mga policies, procedure, yung mga technique, method, no? Yung solution, yung action, or yung designed, no, to accomplish yung goal natin, no? So for the security controls, no, syempre it has something to do with yung safeguarding or countermeasures, no, na kailangan nating implement. Meron siyang 3 categories actually. We have the physical control, administrative control, and the technical control. Okay, so let's define and give some examples, no, kada controls na meron tayo. Physical control, no? So yung physical control, sabi, it defines the human factors of security, no? It involves levels of personnel within the organization, determine which user have to access and what resources, information, such as we have the CCTV and surveillance cameras. We have there yung biometrics, and we have there yung mga security guards, no? So dapat meron tayong physical control. Dapat normally dati pag pumapasok ako sa isang data center, no, ni Globe and even ni PLDT before, no, talagang sobrang higpit, no? So kailangan I remember hiningan pa ako ng NBI clearance, no, para makapasok pa ako doon sa data center, no? So and hindi ka makakapasok with other sa isang room. So bibigyan ka lang ng parang RFID card, and that particular RFID card will only be used sa specific zone. Pero meron silang zoning. So hindi ka makakapunta sa ibang room, hindi ka makakapunta sa ibang kwarto. Bakit? Kasi naka-configure doon, no, na ito lang yung pupuntahan mo. So kung anong company, anong server ng company yung kung saan siya located, then doon ka lang allowed makapunta. Okay? So and meron siyang biometric, no? So parang may two form of authentication actually bago ka makapunta doon sa kabilang room. So merong they make use of yung RFID card and yung tawag dito may PIN, no? So that's the physical control. How about the administrative control, no? So it is the implementation of security measures, no? Defined structure used to deter or prevent unauthorized access to sensitive materials, no? So that includes yung training and awareness, disaster preparedness and recovery, personal recruitment and separation strategies, no? So yung training and awareness na to, ito yung usually kinoconduct ng mga information security or even yung mga information security team or di kaya ng mga HR team, no? In coordination with the HR team, no? So from there kasi we are trying to inform or cascade yung mga different types of attack, like for example yung phishing, no? So normally doon sa mga companies sa pinanggalingan ko, ang ginagawa nila is that meron silang mga phishing tests, no? They conduct security awareness training. They perform regular email alerts. Ano ba yung mga recent types of attack methods na ginagamit, no? Tapos we do have there yung continuous monitoring. So let's say for example meron kaming phishing test, and from there we were able to identify kung sino yung nag-click, no? Sino ba yung nag-click nito, and once they have clicked it, no, halimbawa kinlik yung mga fish test, no, kinlik yung mga links and even opened yung mga attachments on the fish test, normally nagkakaroon kami ng record, and from there they should be able to they should undergo mga trainings and seminars. Well, not necessarily seminars, but siguro mga 1 to 2 hours na training for them to be familiarized or to familiarize themselves, no, kung ano ba yung mga dapat nilang gawin, no, ano ba yung mga safety precaution na dapat nilang gawin, no, when receiving an email, no? So something like that. So we have here in disaster preparedness and recovery. In our sa company meron kami tinatawag na DR testing. So yung DR testing, ginagawa namin siya on a yearly basis, no? So if para lang ma-check namin, no, let's say for example nagkaroon ng disaster, nagkaroon ng earthquake, or worst case is that nasunog yung data center at totally not recoverable, no? So mangyari nito, no? So sina-simulate namin. So pinapatakbo or pinapagana yung DR servers or DR site and see if magkakaroon ba ng problema or hindi. So normally naman, well, that's usually Q2 or Q3 ginagawa siya, and from there, no, na-validate if okay pa ba yung mga DR servers natin or not, no? So nag-gauge doon yung kung paano tayo, kung gaano ka-prepare yung bawat organization. Personal recruitment and separation strategies, no? So actually dito pumapasok yung, let's say for example sa papasok ka na isang company, so they normally perform some background checking, ano ba yung history nito, saan ba siya nag-work before, meron ba siyang mga kaso, or talaga bang nagtrabaho siya sa ganitong companies, no? When I joined Sun Life, talagang medyo nagigpet sila since nasa security position, no, yung pinasok ko. So what they did is that nagkaroon ng background checking, no? So may mga tao doon na nagmasid-masid, no, and they pretend na na parang taga doon lang, tapos may mga kapitbahay kami na kinausap, no, may mga kapitbahay na kinausap, and nagtanong-tanong nga about sa akin, no? So ganun. Next is the technical control, no? So it is the use of technology, no, as a basis for controlling the access, no, and use of sensitive data throughout a physical structure over the network. So example is the encryption, access control list, file integrity auditing software. So when we try to do the encryption, no, so syempre you make use of yung mga encryption tools, no. So if in case na manakaw, no, yung hard drive mo, no, and they try to recover it at ikabit doon sa desktop mo or to a different server, no, hindi nila to basta-basta madidecrypt. They will not be able to open it, no. So that's the technical control na pwede mong gawin. Even yung mga laptop, even yung mga hard drive namin. So worst case kung sakaling manakaw siya or mawala, makuha sa amin. So the anyone na gumawa noon, so hindi nila ma-recover, ma-retrieve yung mga data, no, na nandun sa loob ng laptop namin or nung hard drive na yun. Okay. Access control list, this has something to do with the privileges or the access that was given to a specific account. Kasi sabi nga nila, you have to operate on a least privilege. Meaning, no, kung hindi mo naman talaga kailangan siyang i-grant as administrator, no, so ano mo na lang siya, less lang yung privilege niya. Ibig sabihin, ito lang yung kaya niyang gawin. No, hindi siya pwedeng makapag-install, hindi siya pwedeng makapag-read or even modify ng ganitong file. Okay? So that's ACL or the access control list. The next is the file integrity auditing software. Yung file integrity auditing software, so it has something to do with yung checking kung sino ba yung nag-access ng mga file na yon. Hindi lang basta nag-access but also who tried to edit yung file na yan, kung meron bang tampering na nagawa or modification on that file. And that falls under the technical control. Okay? So security risk awareness. No, so let's talk about security risk awareness, no. So when we say risk, ito yung situation na involving exposure to danger, no. Parang in simple term, ito yung possibility or likelihood, no, of something bad may happen. Okay? So now pag-usapan natin yung security risk awareness, no. So let me just read it, yung definition natin. Sabi dito, it's the knowledge and altitude members of an organization possess regarding the protection of the physical and special informational assets of that organization. So dito, it involves what? Being constantly aware of how the employees are working and be able to recognize the hazards they face. No? Security awareness is absolutely what? Essential in mitigating safety-related risk. No? And please take note na security is what? Everyone's responsibility. Do you agree? Agree ba tayo that security is everyone's responsibility? Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Yes, no? Hindi lang siya trabaho, no? Hindi lang siya trabaho ng isang IT manager. Hindi lang siya trabaho ng isang help desk. Hindi lang siya trabaho ng isang security guard. Hindi lang siya trabaho ng isang janitor. No? So lahat ng tao, no? Lahat ng personnel within the organization, no? May kanya-kanya tayong responsibilidad. At responsibilidad ng bawat isa sa atin na nasa loob ng isang organization na panitiliin yung security. No? So alam niyo ba, no? So sa information security chain kasi, no? Ang pinaka masasabi nilang weakest link daw, no, sa information security chain is the human. No? So human daw, no? Yung mga tao, bakit kaya? Bakit human? No? Bakit kaya human is the weakest link in the information security chain? Human, it's because of, well, alam niyo yung password eh. No? If I will be the hacker, kailangan bang pahirapan ko pa ba yung sarili ko na i-bypass lahat ng mga security parameters, no, defense parameters ng isang organization? Kailangan ba makatagos muna ako sa firewall nila? No? Remember, ang dami nilang firewall. Paano ako makakatagos doon? Diba? Hindi ako makakapunta kaagad doon sa server nila if I'm targeting their database server, no? Paano ko gagawin yun? Eh, ang dami kong dadaanan. Ilang firewall yung dadaanan ko? Meron tayong web application firewall pa ba? Meron pa tayong transitional firewall. Meron pa akong network firewall. Meron pa akong network access control. Meron dito mga host intrusion detection system and so on. No? Kailangan ba i-bypass ko yun? Or kailangan ba daanan ko yun para lang makatagos ako dun sa database server? Ano yung pinakamabilis na paraan on how will I access yung database server? Through human. No? If, no? Dito papasok yung social engineering, which I will be discussing konti lang naman about later on. No? So, kasi parang, when you see social engineering, it's not another subject sa engineering. No? It's basically parang psychological manipulation. No? So, mangyari nito, no, if na-manipulate ko siya and I was able to extract yung or gather the sensitive information that I want to, no? Let's say yung username and password. O pag nakuha ko na yon, no? Now, pwede na akong magpanggap na sige, pwede kong kausapin siya, sabihin ko ganito ganyan. Pwede bang pa-login naman ng ng laptop mo kasi yung laptop ko kasi ganito ganyan, merong problema. Can I use your laptop for 5 minutes, no? Pwede ba yung ganon, no? So through social engineering, una baka kinaibigan ka niya muna, tapos nakuha niya yung tiwala mo, or ayun nga, or kung mangyari nito, o sige, gawin ko na yung plano ko talaga, no? So, kaya sinasabi nila na ang weakest link on the information security chain is the human kasi madali tayong manipulate instead of daanan natin yung mga security defense perimeters na meron sa isang organization. Okay. Oops. Okay, so obstacles to success, no? So minsan kasi hindi natin na-implement properly yung security programs natin sa isang organization, no? So ang hirap kasi, no? Let's say sabi dito, teaching an old dog new tricks. Sabi dito, in many organizations kasi security is implemented as afterthought. So hindi siya pina-priority, no? Minsan tsaka lang sila nag-implement kapag meron ng incident. No? So hindi sila yung proactive. No, I remember merong isang client. Ang ginawa nila is that una ayaw nilang bumili ng antivirus. Sige, okay na yung freeware, yung na lang. Yung open source na lang, which is yung downloadable, no? So kasi what's the difference nung mga license and unlicensed? Kasi dun sa licensed software kasi, so there are a lot of features and continuous updates, no, dun sa mga antivirus mo. So na-update yung mga virus signatures, and when we update the virus signatures, no, it makes your antivirus software intelligently enough to identify yung mga malicious software, or if there would be some viruses or worms and other malicious software, madali niya na kagad mabablock, no? So if that is not updated, then basically hindi siya aware or hindi siya familiar dun sa mga viruses or mga recent viruses that were developed, no? So yun, so ang ginawa nila, no, matuloy ko lang yung kwento ko, nung hindi sila bumibili, nung nagkaroon ng ransomware, no, dun sa isang application nila, ang tendency nito is when you say ransomware kasi it's a malicious software that tends to encrypt yung mga file, no? Ang ginagawa niyan, kailangan mo magbayad para ibigay nila yung parang encryption key para ma-decrypt mo and you should be able to open that file. Pero walang kasiguruhan yun, no? Now, what they did is that buti na lang meron silang backup. And after that incident, they decided na sige, bumili na tayo ng antivirus para ma-secure na natin yan, and we don't want that to happen again, no? So ayun. So and normally new security requirements are viewed as unnecessary changes that makes their lives more difficult. Minsan kasi, no, based dun sa experience ko, kapag medyo matatanda na yung mga nagtatrabaho, minsan kasi parang ayaw nila ng ano parang pagtuturuan mo sila, hindi, dun sa ko sa dati yung mga ginagawa namin before. Ano ba yan? Parang kasi kulang kasi yung kulang kasi yung pagkaskeet ng information. And some of the employees kasi are very hesitant, so parang if would be some new technologies that are being introduced or installed or implemented within the organization, minsan hindi ito nabibigyan ng pansin or it's being ignored, no? Next is the securities and information technology problem, not mine. So as I've discussed kanina, security is what? It's everyone's responsibility, no? Hindi lang si IT manager, but lahat tayo meron tayong kumbaga responsibilidad natin na maging or i-secure yung assets natin, no? Secure yung environment natin, no? From the hackers and from the other persons na hindi naman talaga in charge doon sa in managing yung infrastructure natin, no? So implementations of new technology. So when new technology is implemented, so often requires behavior change or new level of understanding from the user community. Oftentimes, awareness team is out of the loop or not adequately informed of these types of educational opportunities until it's too late. No, so minsan kasi, again, as I mentioned kanina, kailangan talaga if there would be some implementations of new technologies sa isang organization, it has to be properly cascaded. And kailangan kasi naiintindihan nila 'yon, no? And normally dati merong kaming migration na ginawa, so kinakailangan we provide trainings, no? So nagkonduct kami ng trainings and we need to ensure that all the personnel who's managing that tool dapat familiar na doon sa tool, no? Kasi again, useless ang tool kahit nasa Gantt chart pa yan, nasa Gartner pa yan, no? And that's being widely used. Kung hindi naman siya properly managed, then that's useless, no? So one size fits all, no? If there would be some security awareness training that needs to be conducted, minsan kasi you have to be be cautious kasi dapat batch by batch, meaning if let's say batch 1 is tawag dito mga technical, batch 2 is medyo mga non-technical person, no? So kinakailangan i-align mo rin yung discussion mo. Hindi yung tipong sobrang technical ka and your attendees are yung mga non-technical people such as yung mga nasa HR and some other finance team, no? So you have to parang present that in a layman's term para mas madali nila itong maiintindihan. Okay? Okay, so too much information. So during the security awareness training, hindi kumbaga dapat if sobrang haba nung yung discussion, it has to be parang parang batch by batch again, but first batch siguro iting chapter, these are the list of chapters, no? So hindi yung tipong isang araw lang pagsasama-samahin mo lahat yung mga informations or yung mga presentations mo. Kasi people tends to have parang may threshold of how information can be how much information they can stand from any one source, no? So you don't have to build your awareness program overnight, okay? So hindi rin nila ito matututunan, no? So uulitin mo pa rin siya. And lack of organization, no? So many awareness programs fail to develop consistent process and strategies for delivering message to users. Developing consistency in your communication will help establish and identify for the program and relationship with your audience. Minsan kasi if medyo hindi well organized, no, yung security awareness program mo, ang nangyari dito, halimbawa, baka kasi minsan ningas ko gun no? So sige, let's start with the fish test. Let's start with the what we call this email announcement on a weekly basis. So dapat i-ensure mo na consistent, no, the way you started it. Kasi kung hindi yan, ano nga ba ulit, no? Paano kung may bagong employees, no? Paano kapag tawag dito hindi siya aware, no, or na-miss niya yung portion na yon, no, yung isang discussion na yon. What will happen is, no, tapos nagkaroon ng incident. Pwede niyang sabihin, teka, wala ako noon eh, hindi ko na intindihan yung sinasabi. So so there should be some parang minsan nga kailangan continuous follow up, kinakailangan we need to be consistent, no? So andon yung communications mo with the personnel, no? And make sure that they were able to understand, no? Yung kung ano yung message na gusto mong i-deliver. Okay? Failure to follow up. Okay, so failure to follow up, no? So failure to follow up, many programs fail to establish and maintain a regular cycle of communication. Minsan kasi, once they have cascaded the information, how sure you are na naiintindihan nila yon? How sure you are na pina-follow ba nila yung instructions na binigay mo before? No, so sometimes the organization failed to follow up, no? So kung sino man yung mga audience nung during the security awareness training, no? Minsan kasi walang feedback na nare-receive, and from there parang hanggang doon na lang. Hindi rin nila siya nai-implement or nagagawa on a day-to-day basis, no? So so we have here yung lack of management support. Sabi nga dito, obtaining management support is one of the most essential aspect of a security awareness program. Kasi kung hindi naman siya supported ng management, diba, wala rin, no? So hindi rin niya magtutuloy-tuloy at hindi rin siya magpa-prosper. Okay? So in order for security measures to be effective, they must be supported from top down. Ibig sabihin, from the upper management, no? Upper management team papunta dun sa baba, no? So kung sino man yung pinakababang nasa babang mga personnel, mga rank and files, no? Okay. So lack of resources, no? Business obstacles to success, no? Continued. So we have here yung lack of success, no? This usually, no, stems from the lack of management support. So if there's no support coming from the management, then basically hindi rin tayo mabibigyan ng budget. Kulang din tayo ng mga human and non-human resources, no? So walang pwedeng mag-conduct ng mga trainings, no? Wala tayong mga laptops and some other devices that we can use, no, to be familiarized with ourselves with information security, no? So no explanation of why, no? So again, we have to properly cascade yung information, no? Kung ano yung gusto nating i-imply sa kanila, no? So they tends to fail to educate, no, yung mga users na yon. Bakit ba kailangan natin ng security, no, in the first place? Dati hindi naman sabi nila dati hindi naman namin pinapansin yan eh. So bakit natin kinakailangan mag-undergo ng training, no? Bakit natin kailangan i-report if there would be some phishing na or possible phishing na receive, no? So we have to explain it why to them, okay? Now, so dito na next is yung social engineering. As I mentioned, human is the weakest link in the information security chain. So bakit? So dito po yung social engineering, no? So sa social engineering, ito yung psychological manipulation of people, no, into performing or divulging confidential information. I'm not sure if you watch yung sa yung sa Facebook, yung about dun sa video sa yung sa video, no, may tumawag, no, someone called asking for the OTP, yung OTP or the one-time PIN, no? So buti na lang, no, aware yung lalaki na tinawagan. So sino bang nakapanood nun? May nakapanood ba nun about the video? Tapos yung last portion is that nagmura yung babae kasi nga wala daw siyang nakita, no? Wala siyang nakita dun sa conversation niya, na sayang yung oras niya kasi hindi niya naloko, no, yung tao. Kasi familiar and aware din siya dun sa mga techniques na ginagawa ng mga to, no? So guilty ang mga Pinoy sa social media. Tulungin kasi tayo. Actually nabudol-budol na rin ako minsan eh, no? Pero so yun. Tama, guilty nga tayo diyan, no? So I agree, sir, no? So actually, no? So yun, fortunate lang na yung tinawagan familiar dun sa mga mga estratehiyang iyon, no? So paano kung matanda yung yung natawagan, nataon na merong BDO na account. E di naibigay niya yung one-time PIN, no? And from there, no, naka-access na dun sa account niya and nakapag-withdraw na, no? So andun talaga yung no? Andun talaga yung pag-iingat. And the community, no? The community, lalong-lalo ngayon pandemic, and most of us are still working from home. And due to pandemic, no, maraming mga nawalan ng trabaho, and kaya yung ibang mga tao are thinking of ano ba yung pwede nating pagkakitaan. Siguro baka since nawala akong trabaho, ito na lang, try nating manloko or kumuha ng mga accounts, no? So ganun yung nagiging thinking ng ibang tao na lahat, na kapag nawawalan din ng trabaho, no, syempre nagigipit at kumakapit, no? So kumakapit sa ibang maling pamamaraan yung nakikita nila, no, para kumita lang ng pera, no? So so we have to be careful, no, and cautious, no, when dealing with strangers, lalo na kapag may mga tumatawag sa iyo, and sana nga rin maaprubahan na rin yung yung SIM registration. So from there kasi, no, nitong last year, mga around Q4, kasi ang daming mga mga naglilipa ng mga text messages na sasabihin, or ito merong trabaho sa Sky Cable, trabaho sa Lazada, or sa ibang mga companies, no? And you have to click this link. And kapag click mo naman yung link, parang lang yun, parang they will be redirected sa isang site, and you need to provide yung mga sensitive information, no? So you have to be careful on that. Okay. 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 Data is challenging to secure, no? So they agree na ang data is very challenging to secure nowadays. Tama ba? It's very difficult to secure. Data, sabi dito, data are dynamic, no? So data kasi it grows from time to time, no? It continuously grows from time to time and moves quickly. No, for example, you go to Lazada or AliExpress or eBay, no, nagtransact ka online. So you provided your sensitive information. Now from that point, no, how will you secure your data transmitted over the internet? No, gaano ka kasigurado na secured ba yung mga data mo, no? So yung password mo ba, yung username mo wala bang nakasniff doon? Wala bang, paano ba natin i-ensure na secure ba yung mga websites na pinapasok natin? No, especially if you are performing some online transactions, no? So data is in demand, no? So we want our data to be available 24/7, no? So syempre, kailangan mo mag-set up ng how will you set up, or how will you do it, no? You might be thinking to set up yung availability, or you might be doing some clustering, no? If para in the event na merong failure on your primary servers, no, meron tayong mga secondary and tertiary servers that can still cater the request, no? Data is distributed, no? Data is distributed. Bakit? Kasi data can be saved on your on your phone, on the servers, storage, and to other computers. So you really need to make all these devices secured, kasi ang hirap. Tapos syempre, iba't ibang security controls din yung kailangan mong ilagay, no, or i-implement within the organization. No, gaano ka kasigurado na teka, sige, secured nga yung web application ko, but on my back end, no, on my back end, ano ba yung mga security controls that I need to do, right? So ang hirap, no? It's very challenging. And in our company, ang dami mga tools na kailangan mong aralin. Minsan ang dami mong tools na kailangan you must be familiarize yourself to different tools. Paano mo ba siya i-manage? Paano mo ba i-modify yung configurations na to? So ang dami, no? So kasi nga, data are are distributed, no? So across the applications and the infrastructure. Now, so are you doing enough to protect the data that runs your business? So, pwede po bang pwede bang mag-press ng 1 kung sino man yung mga EC professionals na who's working with or who's working on the ICT industry? Okay, so marami, no? So we do have a lot of we do have a lot of people here, no, na matanong ko lang, no? Question lang. How often do you read logs? No? Paano ba tayo gaano ba yung frequency ng pagbasa ng logs? Do we do it daily, monthly, or in the event na merong incident? So you can chat or even unmute yourself, no? Pwede naman po. Once in a while. Okay, so gaano ka frequent 'yon? So every 2 hours po ba, sir? Okay, so actually nung pag tinatanong ko siya, when I'm asking yung mga colleagues ko and sa end yung mga ibang mga 3 times a day, yun sipag ni sir. Okay, so kapag kinakausap ko sila and I'm asking them kung gaano ba ka-frequent silang nagbabasa ng logs, sasabihin nila is that kapag meron lang incident, yan yung kadalasan sinasabi sa akin or yung sagot sa akin. No? Pero well, in fact kasi we don't marami naman na kasing tools ngayon, no, na that can provide you a complete visibility of what's really happening on your environment. No, so hindi mo kinakailangan magbasa, but oftentimes kasi kailangan mong magbasa pa rin ng logs eh. Kasi minsan hindi siya talaga totally nare-report on, kasi kung halimbawa wala ka namang SIEM or Security Information Event Management tool na ginagamit, which ginagawa niyo dyan is it consolidates, no, lahat ng mga logs coming from your different sources, such as your firewall, yung logs mo coming from your Active Directory, logs mo coming from your switches, your routers, no, and some other web applications, no. So ang hirap talagang magbasa, and naiintindihan ko kung bakit yun yung sagot nila. No, and I used to be a mail administrator before, no, and I remember basa sa akin yung logs, investigate sa akin kasi sabi niya, sabi ng boss ko, parang may nagbabasa ng email ko, sabi niya sa akin. So I have to read lahat ng mga logs doon sa mail server namin. Tapos i-check ko kung sino-sino yung mga nag-access, sino yung mga nag-log in, no. So ang hirap magbasa, lalong-lalo na kung walang traces eh, no. So, and if you don't have any SIEM tool or security information and event management, no, so hindi mo basta-basta ma-identify if there would be some possible attacks or may mga threats, no, na meron na pala dun sa environment mo. So no, well, for this one, no, the one na for this slide, no, what I'm just trying to say is that sabi nga dito, well, we need to have some tools, no. So we need to have some tools, no. And 70% of the company's value likely lies in the intellectual property. That's why we have to ensure na lahat ng mga sensitive informations, no, na meron sa isang organization dapat talagang lagi talaga natin siyang sinisecure, no. Dapat lagi natin siyang well, the security tool should be there. Again, yung technology, process, and people. So there should be some highly skilled, no, mga personnel that are managing your infrastructure, no, safeguarding. And there should be some process in place, no, para we know what to do in the event na merong incident, in the event na merong mga patching na kailangan gawin. So those 3 components, yung key security elements, no, na nabanggit ko kanina, no, this has to be a mandatory for an organization to be successfully implement, no, yung mga security programs nila. Okay? Now, bakit ko natanong, no? Bakit ko nga pala natanong kung how frequent, no? Parang ganito. So, i-treat mo yung business mo as your bahay, no? So, think of your business as your house, no? So, when running your business, meron tayo na itong mga servers, workstation, network devices, mobile devices, and you comparing it with the house, no? So, meron tayong mga iba't ibang gamit din sa loob ng bahay, no? Now, kung sakaling merong mga incident, let's say for example, teka, nagkaroon ng downtime, no? Biglang naging inaccessible yung isang application natin. Biglang yung database server natin nag-down, no? Ano kaya yung nangyari, no? Or kung sakali, no? I-compare natin siya sa isang bahay, sa bahay ninyo, no? Now, nabuksan yung ano, or nawawala itong ano ko, tawag dito, let's say phone, mobile phone, no? Or nagkaroon ng sira itong pintuan ko, no? Now, paano natin maalalaman na merong nasirang pintuan? Paano natin malalaman na merong downtime? Paano natin malalaman na yung pintuan doon sa loob ng yung pintuan doon sa second floor is what? Nasira? Or paano natin na-identify na yung specific application is down, no? Nasaan ba siyang zone? Nasaan ba siyang what you call this? Nasaan ba siyang well, in zone, when you say zone kasi sa network no, when they're trying to do the architecture kasi meron kaming iba't ibang zoning, no? So merong presentation zone, meron din tayo ng mga management zone, no? So may mga iba't ibang zone. Hindi yung tipong and normally, no? Normally yung mga web servers that are externally facing kasi normally nandun sila sa presentation zone na tinatawag, no? Now, how do we know, no? Kung saan ba siya? Saan ba nagmula? Let's say for example, yun nga kanina yung nasira yung pintuan. Paano nasira? Anong pintuan yung nasira? Sino yung sino yung posibleng nagsira? No? How? Paano nangyari? No, so kumbaga, paano natin matitrace, no, kung ano ba talaga yung nangyayari doon sa infrastructure natin or doon sa bahay natin? So, what I'm saying here is that dapat meron tayong complete visibility of what's really happening on our environment. No, hindi lang yung tipo kasi, well, if you're in IT, parang minsan kasi pag hindi ganoon karami yung team sa IT, no, ang nangyari kasi relax lang sila eh. Relax lang yan kapag walang downtime. Tama po ba? Aminado po ba tayo sa mga IT professionals dito? If there's no downtime, relax ang buhay. But if there's a downtime, walang uwian. No, I even experienced, no, parang 2 days ako sa client or 2 or 3 days ako sa client. Buti na lang may baon akong damit. No. Hindi ako pauuwiin nung kliyente hangga't hindi namin nare-resolve yung issue. No? So, well, 2 days lang pala, 2 days, hindi 3 days. Sobra pala yan. No? So, you have to be there, no, to support them. No? So, ang hirap, very challenging. If there are downtimes na experience ni client and you have to be there 24/7. Now, what I'm saying dito sa slide ko is that meron ka dapat complete visibility so nung environment mo. Minsan kasi meron ka pa nga monitoring eh. Some of the organization tends to provide yung isang malaking monitor and from there meron silang parang monitoring if magre-red siya, if there's red, basically meron tayong downtime. No? So madali nilang ma-identify, no, kung merong downtime or wala or kung merong bang possible threat or wala. Kasi nga merong mga alerts na tayo nare-receive. But if we don't have that kind of tool or features doon sa tool natin, then medyo mahirapan tayo in terms of the troubleshooting and monitoring of our systems. Okay. And lastly, how do we prove it? No? So, kung merong mga incident, no? Kaya nga sabi ko nga kanina, meron tayo dapat mga evidences that can support us, no? Para ma-identify kung sino ba talaga yung culprit. Halimbawa, merong nakawan or sino nagsira, no? Yung pala meron palang mga magnanakaw, they tends to break the door para makakuha pala ng mga alahas and even yung mga assets natin. Ganun din kapag meron tayo when we're talking about the IT infrastructure, no? So kung sakaling merong downtime, no? Kung sakaling merong mga assets or servers that are inaccessible, teka, ano bang meron siya? Baka meron diyang DOS attack na nangyayari, no? That's why naging offline yung server natin. No? So how do we prove it? So there should be some evidences. No? That's why I asked you kanina if how often do you read yung mga logs? No? Kasi kailangan natin ng mga traces, kinakailangan natin ng evidences, no? And from there kasi, no, yun yung gagamitin natin as evidences, tapos masosolve na natin, no? Possibly masolve na natin yung issue. No? So meron pala tayong open port na ganito, no? Based from this log, dito siya dumaan, no? Or based from this log, no, dumaan pala dito siya sa ganitong server, no? Tapos minanage niya and they try to install a specific software, no, dito sa server na to. Tapos there's a lot of botnet that is being that are trying to access itong server na to. That's why meron palang downtime, no? Yung mga something like mga ganung scenario ba that will help you identify, no, or that will provide you yung visibility kung ano talaga yung nangyayari din sa infrastructure mo or yung dun sa application mo. Okay? Oops. Wait lang. Okay. Now, three core trends affecting organizations' abilities to secure environment. No? So we have here yung escalating threats. Dati kasi, no, they tends to create yung parang mga script kiddies, parang mga script kiddies attack lang. Parang they make use of or they try to create some malware, no? At ang objective nila is to just to have fun. No? Minsan kasi gagawin nila, sige, gawa tayo ng when this particular user, no, click this one, no, kapag in-execute niya yan, ito yung lalabas. Parang gano'n lang yung datingan eh. But nowadays kasi, ang nangyayari kasi is that talagang it involves na rin yung national security. Remember when we have yung parang issues with China and Philippines, no? So maraming mga websites, mga government websites that were hacked, no? So dinefaced, no? Yung websites ni Philippine government. At the same time, ganun din yung ginawa ng mga Filipino hacker. They tried to deface yung mga Chinese government websites, no? So when you say deface, basically what I'm referring to is that yung pinaka homepage ng websites are being replaced. No, depende kung ano man yung gusto nang ipakita ng mga hackers na yan. Okay, so as we go along, no, as time goes by, no, nagiging mas sophisticated na yung mga attacks. It's because of yung mga tools na rin kasi, no, na ginagamit for hacking are getting, no, it tends to be kumbaga nagiging advanced na, no. So kaya kaya madali na lang para sa mga hackers to attack or to deface yung specific websites na yan. Increasing complexity, no? The more kasi na infrastructure, no, the more you purchase antivirus, you purchase yung post intrusion detection system, you purchase IPS. Minsan kasi sa dami ng mga security tools that you are managing, nagiging complex na. No, minsan kasi nagiging redundant na yung mga functionalities eh, no? So kapag nagiging complex na yung environment mo, sobrang hirap i-manage, no? So too many products from multiple vendors, no? And kapag ganon, maraming product, it is very difficult to configure and even manage. Minsan kasi hindi mo basta-basta na i-integrate eh. No, hindi mo ba siya basta-basta na-integrate? I remember when I was trying to implement yung security, yung SIEM sa isang bangko, no? Nahirapan akong integrate siya dun sa isang application. So kinakailangan ko pang mag-customize kasi yung logs nila are hindi siya yung structured and hindi talaga siya supported. So I have to perform some restructuring yung logs. No, kinakailangan ma-restructure yung logs, no, para lang ma-parse yung data na nanggagaling dun sa unsupported application or unsupported devices. Okay? So, the third one is yung resource constraints. No, yung resource constraint kasi, sabi ko kanina, kinakailangan if you do have a tool, dapat meron kang highly skilled person, no, that can manage yung mga infrastructure mo, that can manage itong mga security tools mo. But nowadays kasi parang ang nangyayari kasi pag nakagain na ng experience at hindi happy si employee, so they tends to transfer from one company to another, maybe to gain some experience, no? And yun nga so the team are struggling kapag ganun yung nangyayari kasi in the event na walang nag-manage nito, no, then is ito useless. So I have one client before na kung saan so naturuan ko siya na kung paano siya i-manage, kung paano siya mag-enroll ng mga devices for them to monitor yung mga database activity. Ang nangyari nun, nung nag-resign siya at nag-transfer sa ibang company, so nahirapan ngayon mag-adapt ng team kasi siya lang yung nakakaalam ng tool. So normally, ang ginagawa namin after nun, ginagawa namin sa mga client is that meron dapat backup. So may body system wherein if you are being trained, so meron kang kabady na kung saan if in the event na umabsent ka or worst case nag-resign ka, no, from the organization, at least hindi mapipila yung team. No? So sabi dito, too much data, not enough manpower and skills to manage it all. Okay, lalong-lalo na if you do have a small team that's managing a lot of infrastructure. No? Okay. Now let's talk about or let's move and focus to the database server. Okay. Now, so what is database now, by the way? So in a layman's term, we can simply define it as parang storage for records which are arranged in a tabular format. Sabi nga dito, think of a database as electronic file cabinet. No? So tapos within each drawer, merong sets of folders. And then the folders contain different data. So that data can be your name, your address, your credit card numbers, and even your PIN numbers. No? So ganyan yung database. Okay? Now, when you talk about database operation, actually dito sa diagram na to, it shows a client-server architecture. No? So we have here a client-side programs. Normally, meron kang client dito, no? And you issued a SQL commands. When you say SQL or SQL, this stands for the standard query language. Actually, ito yung language or protocol na ginagamit mo to manage yung mga relational databases and it can perform yung mga various operations on the data. No? So yung language is used for storing, manipulating, and you can even retrieve data in the database. No? So mag-i-issue ka ng mga SQL commands papunta dito sa server mo, and of course it uses yung port. No? It uses yung different listening port na depende dun sa type of database mo. So let's say for example yung dito yung Microsoft SQL Server, it uses 1433 as the default listening port, yung DB2 as yung 50,000, no? MySQL is I think 33 33,000, no? So yun yung if I'm not mistaken, no? So those are the listening part. Normally nag-issue ka ng mga SQL statements dito, tapos yung mga SQL statements na yun, no, i-interpret niya, tapos pag na-interpret niya yan, magpo-provide yan ng results, no? Now, sa SQL statement, no, merong iba't ibang commands. Meron tayong yung tinatawag nating mga DDL or that's data definition language, no? So andun yung create, truncate, command, truncate, comment, commands, no? So anything that's related with the definition, no? When you say DML naman, that is data manipulation language. So doon pumapasok yung mga insert, update, and delete commands. Meron naman tayo ditong DCL. DCL stands for the data control language. So dito pumapasok yung mga revoke and grant commands. Pag sinabi nating revoke, basically ginagamit siya to remove yung mga privileges that was given to you or that was given to a specific account. Yung grant, it grants a grant privilege. Pwedeng i-grant kita sa ganitong table, pwedeng bigyan kita ng ganitong privileges, and you use grant command, no? And the last one is the TCL. TCL stands for the transaction control language. And under that TCL, andyan yung commit and rollback. Okay? So if you want to, parang let's say for example, if you made some changes, no, pwede ka nang mag-commit. Ibig sabihin, ito na yung parang you save it, no? So when you say rollback, you reverted it back naman to the previous state. That's how commit and rollback is. Okay. Now, what is database security? No. So database security, it refers to how shall we protect our database server. No. So as we all know, sabi nga kanina natin, sensitive information are possibly stored, no, within that container or within that server, no, and we don't want, no, and we need to ensure, no, yung confidentiality, no, as we mentioned a while ago, yung CIA kanina, no, yung confidentiality, integrity, and availability of those information or of those data that were stored on your database server, no. So meron tayo ditong mga major areas of losses or loss, no. The first one is the theft, no? Ito yung action or crime of stealing, theft and fraud. Fraud, wrongful or criminal deception intended to result in financial or personal gain, no? So loss of privacy, integrity, and availability, and we don't want these things to happen, no? Ayaw nating mangyari ito. Okay? Now, data security drivers. No? So what drives, no? Ano ba yung nagda-drive sa isang organization to secure their environment? So we have yung external threats kasi. We have mga cyber attacks, we have the organized crime, no? Government sponsored attacks, social engineering, no? So we don't want na our infrastructure, our business to be ruined by these external threats, no? How about the internal threats? No, pag sinabi naman natin, no, so dito ba, sorry, so external threats, we have attacks continue, no? These attacks continue as perpetrators sharpen the skills, no? Nagiging more advanced na yung more advanced na yung tools being used. That sabi ko nga kanina, before they make use of yung mga script TDs, parang which is out of curiosity or just to make fun. Then it involves na yung monetary gain, no? Andyan na yung example ko kanina, which is yung ransomware, no? So yun, so that's one of the drivers that makes organization prefer to secure the environment, no? So internal threats. Okay. So given that perimeter defense, no, are in place, no, you are still being surrounded by people, but do you know what they're thinking? No? For example, yung DBA. No? a DBA has full access. When you say DBA, those are the database administrators. If you are a database administrator kasi, you were granted with full access. No? Kaya mong gawin, no? If you want to modify this specific table, no, let's say gusto mo yung salary table, no? Pwede mo baguhin. If you want na tawag ito, ma-view lahat ng mga sweldo nila ng mga kasamahan mo, no? Na nasa loob ng isang database server, possible, no? Now, pwede mo ring gawin, no? As administrator, no? Pwede mo ring gawin kasi na lahat ng mga traces, no? Meaning lahat ng mga logs on the database server can be deleted. So para walang traces, no? Malinis, no? Malinis mo nagawa, no? So if you want, or kung nag-login ka sa ganitong araw, no? Pwede mong gawin, no? Tapos meron kang ginawang kakaiba, no? So pwede mong gawin, burahin mo yung login mo. Burahin mo yung logs. Pwede. Because you're the administrator. Diba? Pwede yun. So he can delete, no? Or she delete all the traces. Because what? He has enough privileges to the servers. No. Now, for compliance kasi, no? Now for compliance naman, no? We need to ensure yung regulatory compliance. We need to follow yung mga security standards, no? Kasi failure to comply, no, possible mapasara yung company mo or yung business mo, it's because you're not following the standards, no, security standards, no. They will not be issuing you some license to operate, no. So if you're not, for example, yung Republic Act 10173, no, which is yung Data Privacy Act, no. So talagang dapat sumunod ka dito, no. If you're following yung PCI DSS or the payment card industry data security standards, no, if your company is parang required to perform or follow that security standards, then you must do so, no. Kasi kung hindi mo gagawin yon, no, they will be fining you. At pag nagkaroon ng security breach, kung mangyayari kasi nito, if there would be some security breach, mayroon ka ring penalty for not securing properly your application and even your tawag dito, your infrastructure, no. So syempre mawawala yung kumbaga you will be having some bad reputation. So kung ikaw meron ka ng tawag dito history na merong mga cyber attacks na yan, no. Sa tingin mo, if I will be the client, magtitiwala pa ba ako sa iyo? No. Magtitiwala pa ba ako na ibigay ko yung pera ko sa iyo, no? Magtitiwala pa ba ako na i-provide ko yung mga sensitive information ko sa iyo? Possibly hindi, di ba? So magkakaroon ka na ng bad reputation, no? So you will be losing some clients, no? Aside from that, no, syempre meron kang mga fines na kailangan mong bayaran for not securing your environment. So I think parang dati yung may nabasa ako dati about the Sony PlayStation, no. So parang lahat ng mga users na nag-register ng mga devices nila, and even yung mga clients or yung mga bumili ng PlayStation na tapos inilog in yung mga or in-register yung mga accounts nila, tapos biglang na-hack, no. So ang laki, parang around 250 euros ata kung hindi ako nagkakamali. So and we don't want that to happen. If you are, lalong-lalo na if you're in the banking and finance industry, kaya sobrang higpit nila. So, meron kaming finilapan na parang forms, ang daming questions ni BSP, no, na talagang mapapaisip ka. At the same time, you have to coordinate with the other teams if that particular security controls are in place. No, kasi kung hindi, so possibly baka medyo questionable, no. So they might not they will not allow you to operate, no, kasi you're not compliant, no. So and we don't want that to happen para do sa business natin, no. Kaya kinakailangan, no, lahat ng mga local mandates, no, lahat ng mga regulations and industry security standards needs to be followed. No. Next, common threats and challenges. No. So we have here, the first one is insider threats, which I have discussed na. So these are the threats that are most common causes of database security breach. No. As I mentioned kanina, hindi na nila gagawin na na dumaan pa dun sa mga security perimeters mo. But instead, they will bypass it. Ang gagawin nila, dun sila sa tao. And as I mentioned, human is the weakest link in the information security chain. No? So in this case, for the database, then I will try to hack or manipulate yung mga DBAs and even yung mga administrators, no, para maka-gain ako ng access dun sa DB server if I will be the hacker. Okay? Now, next, human error. No? So, accident, weak password, password sharing, and other unwise or uninformed users' behavior continue to be cause of nearly half, 49 of all reported data breaches. No? So, let me just give you parang ano ba? Or let me just share you yung experience ko before. No, so noon kasi when I started parang when I used to be system admin before. Tapos nung nabigyan ako ng server na pwede kong gamitin to play around with para lang ma-familiarize ako doon sa mga software kasi before parang ano ko yung I do pre-sales work, no? And I have to familiarize myself with the software that I'm selling, no? So kinakailangan, so alam ko kung paano siya mag-work, alam ko siya kung paano implement, alam ko siya kung paano ba yung licensing, no? So on. Now, this time na kung saan nag-set up ako ng isang Linux box. Tapos nanghingi ako ng public IP address. So that particular server is what it's not behind the firewall. No. So kinonfigure ko siya using yung IP address that was given to me by the network administrator. No. Tapos nag-build ako ng isang Linux server. Yung Linux server na ginawa ko, napakasimple lang ng password. PASSW0RD. No. And madaling na-hack. Actually, na-hack yung server ko. Hindi ko pa alam na na-hack yun. No. Paano ko nalaman na na-hack? Kasi after ko may setup, hindi ko kagad na paglaruan eh. No? So, na-hack na pala yung server ko. So, there is a time na after nun, no, after ko na-setup yun, tinawag ako ng HR. Sabi sa akin, Frank, meron tayong letter coming from the ISP. Tapos, pinag-explain tayo bakit daw natin tinry i-access yung AT&T network. Sabi ko, ma'am, hindi ko po ito ginagawa. So, tapos ito, nag-provide sila ng evidences. No? Sabi niya, ganito, ganyan. No? Ito yung info. Tapos, found out ko na, teka, ito yung server na, na binild ko. No? So, dahil sa weak password, no, may hacker na ginawa is they were able to remotely manage yung server na binild ko. No? Tapos, yung server na binild ko, yun yung ginamit nila to hack or to they tried to perform some malicious activity, no? At yung target nila is yung AT&T. And right after that, ang ginawa ko, no, pinatay ko na yung server, tinanggal ko na siya sa network, and nag-set up na lang ako ng local environment ko. So, yun. Ano lang talaga. So, ingat-ingat lang din talaga. So make sure na dapat your server should be behind the firewall, no? And ensure mo na naka-hardened na yan, no? Server hardening, no? Tapos meron ka ring mga you don't need to you need to use some mga password na complex, no? So it's combinations of mga alphanumeric characters, no? Yun, numbers, letters, naka-uppercase and lowercase, to make it complex. Kasi it can easily be cracked, lalong-lalo na if yung password na gamit mo is based on dictionary. So try ko siya minsan yung sa no? So I was able to crack yung password nung Wi-Fi nung kapitbahay namin, no? So ano lang, kinakailangan kasi dapat complex yung ano mo, yung password na ginamit mo. So yun. So that's for the human error, okay? And that's my suggestion for all the mga students and some professionals here na bago on the IT. So ingat-ingat lang din. Okay? So saan yan? Exploitation of database software vulnerabilities, no? When we say vulnerabilities, this is a weakness or loophole to your system, no? If this vulnerability, no, has been exploited, no, or someone takes advantage, no, dun sa vulnerability na yon, what will happen is it can damage or destroy your assets, no? So that's why you have to you have to update the software, no? Kasi I believe that there's no perfect software, no? From time to time we keep on updating, no? So as time goes on, magkakaroon ng vulnerabilities. Hindi lang ngayon, no? Sa ngayon wala. Okay, kasi hindi pa kumbaga most likely yung mga tools na gagamitin mo for hacking hindi pa ganun advanced. But what if after a few years from now, no, walang enhancement or any patches that has been applied, magkakaroon yan ng vulnerabilities, magkakaroon yan ng loopholes, no? So, and we don't want that to happen. That's why, no, you have to perform, no, yung patching, regular patching, no? So normally yung mga like yung Oracle, I think they are releasing yung mga updates like quarterly. So that's why on a quarterly basis na, so you have to do the patching, no? And syempre bago ka naman mag-apply ng patching, yes, it has to be applied first on the lower environment and see if there would be some incompatibilities with the existing application, no? Kasi hindi ka naman kasi basta-basta mag-apply ng mga patches no, or mga updates, no, without even testing on the lower environment. So yung mga OS patch, yung mga database patch, and some other application patches, no, needs to be applied regularly. Okay? So again, sabi dito, so failure to comply or failure to apply yung patches on a timely fashion can increase your exposure. Okay? So okay, SQL injection attacks. So sabi dito, a SQL injection is what? Is an attack in which yung hacker uses yung a piece of SQL or yung SQL code or standard query language code para i-manipulate yung database and gain access to a potential valuable information. No? Usually, dapat kasi dapat kasi yung sa coding pa lang ng application dapat successfully implemented nila. Kumbaga secure coding, no? There should be some secure coding, no? Kasi what the hackers is trying to do here is they attack, no, via the web application. So kami or typically yung mga organizations kasi before they move to production yung isang web application, dumadaan yan muna sa mga series of testing. The first one is yung functional testing. Yung functional testing, so syempre, check niya muna if, tama ba na talagang ito talaga yung expected output, no? Baka pag 1 + 1, ang sagot niyan is 4. Mali na yan. No, hindi tama yung functions that were defined on your programming on the programming logic, no? So mali yan, no? So functional testing, test for the functionality, working ba siya or not, no? Number 2 is performance testing. What if your web application is being accessed by or simultaneously accessed by a 500 to 1,000 users, no? Magkakaroon ba ng performance degradation? What if kung umabot ng 1,500 users, babagal ba yung systems mo? No? What if kung 2,000 hanggang mga nasa 3,000 na? Ano kaya yung magiging behavior ng application ko? Will it slow down? No? Baka kasi from there, do I need to do some load balancing? No? So, bago talaga i-deploy siya, so it has to be well architectured. No? It has to be nag-undergo siya ng a series of performance testing. No? And lastly, security testing. So, bago mo siya i-deploy, no, sa production, dapat yan na pen tested. No? So, pag sinabi kasi nating vulnerability, no? Vulnerability, ito yung mga weak points or loopholes na meron doon sa application mo. Pag pinentest nila yan, they tried to exploit yung weakness or loophole na yun dun sa application or infrastructure mo. And if they were successful, no, sasabihin nila, o teka, ito yung pen test findings namin, you failed on this particular test, you have to change this coding. No? So ganun usually yung setup. No? If there will be some applications na nag-fail, particularly on the security testing. Kasi syempre, ayaw mo na magkaroon ng security breach. Ayaw mo na ma-expose yung data mo on the back end. So make sure na yung web application mo are securely, kumbaga, na-code siya properly. Dumaan siya sa mga security standards. No? So ayun. So that's the actually I do have here, parang meron ako ditong, just to give you a more detail, particularly on the SQL, meron akong video dito. Share ko lang. Wait lang. Stop share lang ako para lang i-play ko lang siya. Oops. Stop sharing. So, physical injection. Oops. Let me just share. Sorry. Okay, share. Share some.
SQL injection is one of the top 3 most common web app risks, and it's probably in part because of how simple it is to perform. So who's most vulnerable? Any website that's SQL database driven with poor code. So how does it work? Well, this attack is very commonly done on login screens. So let's first see what's happened in your username and password after they're submitted. In a poorly designed site, the name and password strings are directly inserted into a SQL statement, which probably looks like this. With this statement, the application is asking the server, do we have a user with the name Chris and the password mypass1? And if so, it grants the user access to his or her account. So the first thing an attacker will do is find out if the site is using a SQL database by entering a single quote into the username field and submitting. Single quotes are special characters in the SQL language, and using them as part of a username will cause an error if the website doesn't check for them. And once the error message is displayed, the attacker can confirm that the website is using SQL as well as other useful information. And now the real injection begins. The attacker can enter the following command logic, which will render the following command. The command will force the selection of a valid username because the evaluation of 1 equals 1 is always true. Now most of the time the server will log in the attacker with the credentials of the first user in the table. The range of command manipulations is vast, from record retrieval to complete table deletion, so you can imagine how damaging this exploit can be to a website. So how can we prevent this form of attack? Well, make sure that you do the necessary string checking for special SQL characters. It's really not that many more lines of code, and it's most definitely worth the time. There's also automated software available that can check your entire web application for injection, as well as other vulnerabilities. So you should check it out. It's called Rational App Scan, and it's really awesome software. That's it for now. I hope you learned something.
Okay, so that's how a SQL injection works. No? So if yung web applications mo are not properly coded, no? So hindi siya na-code ng maayos, and pwede silang mag-inject dun sa mga, let's say for example, yung mga username and password field. So they can inject yung mga SQL statement there. And kapag hinit mo yung okay, no? So magkuquery kasi yun sa ano, no? Sa database server. No? So from there, they should be able to get some information, no, from the DB. So that's why you have to ensure na lahat ng mga web application mo, especially if it's facing externally. So when I say externally, ito yung mga web applications that are available over the internet. Yung hindi mo na kinakailangan mag-VPN pa para makakonect ka dyan. So as long as you do have the internet connection at yung mga web applications na yun are available, that's the external facing application. So lahat ng mga external facing application, no, dapat medyo strict tayo pagdating dyan, and dumadaan yan sa mga series of testing. And normally, no, to protect yung web application mo from this kind of attack, normally they use yung WAF. No, yung WAF is web application firewall. So basically, yung web application firewall is before yung request coming from the client, dumadaan muna siya sa web application firewall. Tapos it will be forwarded to the web server of that particular application. So if there is something like anomalies or anomalies na nakikita sila based dun sa HTTP request, no? Ang ginagawa ni WAF dyan is that binablock niya. Tapos if there would be some DOS attacks, no, mamaya i-discuss naman yung DOS attacks, no? If there would be some malicious request, no, coming in for a specific period of time, and it can be considered as parang mga DOS attacks na yan, no? Kasi medyo unusual no? Let's say for example, if there are, sabihin natin 100 or 1,000 requests sa isang minuto, no? Unusual yan. Most likely automated attacks yung ginagawa nila, no? And if merong ganong cases, no, meron din namang algorithm si WAF na kung saan they tends to block that kind of anomalies, no. Ang ginagawa niya yan, automatically block, no. And for example naman, your IP address, no, is natag as parang with bad reputation, no. Ang ginagawa niya is it automatically blocks. Kung meron siyang history of parang naging relay siya, no, or merong mga previous records na naka-blacklist yan, antimano binablock yan. Okay, so yun yung mga additional controls or security controls to mitigate this kind of challenges or issues. Okay, so now share ko lang din. Okay. So next is the denial of service attack. So actually, itong attack na to, it's an attack meant to shut down a machine or a network, no? So it is inaccessible to its intended users. Parang those attack accomplish this by flooding yung target with too much traffic, or parang it sends too much information. that triggers a crash, no? Kasi ganito yan. Yung default behavior kasi nung isang machine, example yung web server, no? Meron kang laptop or desktop computer. So, open mo yung browser, you type in http://facebook.com, for example. Yung magiging default behavior ng isang server, since nag-request ka, no? Since nag-request ka, yung default behavior niyan is magre-respond yan doon sa request mo. No? So, in that way, no? Talagang kung sakaling merong request, no? Kung sakaling merong request coming from a client, let's say 1,000 requests. Ibig sabihin nun, 1,000 respond din yung gagawin ni server mo. Okay? Kung maraming server, no? Kung marami yung server na nagre-respond sa iyo or nagre-request sa iyo, maraming server din yung kailangan mo respondan. Okay, ibig sabihin, you need to respond to those multiple servers. No, kasi yun yung magiging default behavior mo eh, no? So kung million yung request sa loob ng 1 minuto, sa tingin mo, what will happen to your server? Siyempre, most likely, magiging busy yung server mo. No? Magiging busy yung server mo at darating yan sa point wherein magiging offline. Mayroong mga possible na legitimate request na possibly hindi na makapasok. Kasi yung server mo is busy doing a response dun sa mga automated attacks. No? So that's how DOS and DDoS, no, works. No? And again, pwede kang gumamit ng WAF, Web Application Firewall. No? So there are a lot of companies, no, that is offering, no, like for example Akamai. So I'm not I know some of you are familiar with Akamai. So it's a web application firewall, so that automatically blocks and protects yung mga external web applications. Okay, yung iba naman, no, as an additional security controls para limitahan nila, no, yung mga automated attacks na yun, and they make use of yung tinatawag nilang CAPTCHA. Yung CAPTCHA or completely automated public Turing test, no, to tell computers and humans apart. Yun yung security measures na they called it as challenge response authentication. So if you're familiar with let's say nag-login ka sa isang website, minsan meron yung lalabas na kapag hinit mo yung okay or login, minsan may lalabas pang may lalabas pang mga parang squares, tapos ipapa-hit sa'yo, i-click mo doon kung sino yung merong may mga traffic lights doon sa images, no? Tapos kapag tama yung mga hits mo, no, ibig sabihin nun, no, legit yung traffic or yung request, no? Kasi it is manually kumbaga merong additional controls, no, na kung saan if mali yung sagot mo, hindi tutuloy yung request mo. Yung iba naman, instead of yung mga images yung gamit, they make use of yung mga numbers and letters. If mali yung nilagay mong letters doon, no, hindi rin magtutuloy yung request mo. And that's how they secure or mitigate nga itong mga DOS and DDoS attacks. Okay? So, ayun. So that's how it works. So we have here yung malware naman, no? Yeah. We have here yung malware is a short for malicious software. Yun yung file or code typically delivered over a network, yung that infects or explores, it steals or conduct virtually any behavior an attacker wants, no? Normally naman, yung ibang mga servers diyan, no, they tends to install yung mga HIDs. Ang tawag doon or yung mga antivirus din, no? So or yung HIDs or host-based intrusion detection systems. no? Para if in case there would be some sort of malware na that were identified, automatically binablock siya. Or minsan kasi, if that's the case, then ang ginagawa is kina-quarantine yung server na yon, no? So dinidisconnect sa network para lang hindi makahawa, especially if that malware is what you call this, a worm which replicates itself, no? So when madali siyang makahawa, no? So with other computers. Attacks on the backups, no? So syempre, as time goes on, yung data mo is growing rapidly, no? So data is getting bigger and bigger, and we are having some issues on the backups, no? So normally, hindi mo alam kung saan mo siya isa-save or saan mo ba siya i-store. It can be saved into the tape. It can be saved to a to a different server. It can be saved to a disk. Isa sa mga nagiging parang sa mga recommendations is magkaroon sila ng parang air gap backup. So, when you say air gap backup, ito yung tipong yung mga backup na to na kapag nag-backup ka, hindi mo siya ma-access, no? Hindi mo na siya ma-access over the network. Okay? So, this can be saved into a tape, no? Lagay mo siya sa, meron kang tape drive, tapos lagay mo yung data mo, i-save mo sa tape. O di kaya naman, meron din ako isang client, meron siyang file server. Yung mga portable na file server na meron ng built-in na operating system doon. So ginagawa niya, dinidetach niya lang yan sa network. So tapos sabi nga niya, inuuwi niya pa daw yan kasi siya yung admin. So inuuwi niya pa yan para if in case daw wala kasi silang DR site. So what he did is, every time daw na uuwi siya, dala-dala niya yun. No? So that's how he performs yung mga air gap backup, no, na ginagawa. So yung infrastructure sprawl naman, no, our infrastructure getting complex and difficult to manage, lalo na if we're using hybrid environment or combinations of yung on-prem and on-cloud. So kasi nowadays a lot of companies are migrating their infrastructure to cloud. Lalong-lalo na ngayon at pandemic pa. Kasi nga syempre, there's no one to manage it. No? So hindi lahat ng tao or empleyado na nasa data center are allowed to go to the office. And most of us, no, we're just working remotely. So kaya karamihan, no, sa mga organizations are transforming their infrastructure, no, na naka-based sa cloud. So they can use yung mga AWS, no, yung Azure. So there are a lot of services that are being offered by that company. Okay? So increasingly stringent regulatory requirements. So the more stringent yung regulatory compliance is, nagiging more difficult to be compliant, no? So isa rin yan sa mga nagiging issues sa atin, no? And lastly, no, andyan pa rin yung shortage, no, pagdating sa mga cybersecurity skills, no? So tools are used, sabi ko nga, tools are useless if it is not being managed properly, no? Okay? Okay. So we have here yung best practices, no? So ano ba itong mga best practices na to? So physical security. So as we discussed kanina, doon sa mga security controls, ito yung physical security or physical control, no? So there should be somewhat physical security guards. You need to have CCTVs, you make use of RFIDs, no, in order for the physical server to be safe and secured, no? Next is yung administrative and network access, no? So you have to operate on least privilege, no? Aside from that, minsan meron tayong mga tinatawag na zoning, no? Yung which I discussed kanina. Meron tayong mga presentation zone na kung saan yung mga presentation zone is normally nasa mga web servers yun nandyan, yung mga externally facing, no, servers, no, or applications such as yung mga web servers. So we also need to perform yung server hardening, no? Yung sa server hardening, no? Ano ba yung server hardening? Ito yung practice na kung saan if you are trying to reducing yung system's vulnerability by reducing yung attack surface. So paano ko ginagawa or paano ba ginagawa yon? So you remove unnecessary software or services and removing yung mga default accounts. So kunwari if I will be the hacker and I know meron kasi by default, like for example, the Microsoft Windows Server, meron tayong mga administrator account. No, by default meron niyang administrator account. No, so pwede nating gawin, no? Pwede or meron din si Oracle na Oracle account. Meron din yang sys and system accounts. Right? Meron si MS SQL Server, meron siyang SA account. Si Linux server meron siyang mga root, no? Linux and Unix server meron siyang root account which is considered to be an administrator account, no? As compared mo kapag kinumpare mo siya sa Windows. Okay? Now, purahin ko lang yung may nag-annotate. Okay. So, pwede rin mong gawin, diba I mentioned kanina, is yung DB listening port, no? So, if kung hacker knows na meron siyang listening port na 1433 which is default kay Microsoft SQL Server, ang gagawin ko dyan is, teka, doon pala siya nagko-communicate. Then pwedeng yun yung atakihin ko, no? Doon yung magiging backdoor ko. So, and sa amin, no, when we run the scan, when we run the vulnerability scan, ang ginagawa kasi namin dyan is that meron kaming specific test, no? Meron kaming standards. Dapat ganitong server mo, dapat hindi open yung ganitong port, no? So doon pa lang, no, after the hardening, we run the vulnerability assessment scan. Tapos we should be able to identify ano ba yung pwedeng maging backdoor ng mga hackers, no? So that is the administrative and network access control, no? So yung network access control naman, yung may mga NAC, yung iba naman diyan kasi may mga solutions, no? Na kung saan pwede kasing pag nakakita lang ng LAN port and kung wala kang NAC, kabit mo lang yung UTP cable mo dun sa specific port na yon, specific LAN port or data port. Minsan kasi, no, walang restrictions, no? Minsan kasi mabibigyan ka na ng IT and lahat ng mga resources should magiging available. So but if you do have some access or network access control, hindi mo basta-basta magagawa yon. Okay? Next. And aside from that nga pala, no, so we follow yung NIST framework. I'm not sure if you're familiar with National Institute of Standards and Technology. Ito yung framework to secure, parang it just provides you some recommendations, no, kung paano mo ba i-secure or i-harden yung server na yon, no? So next is yung end user account device security. So prior to sa life kasi I used to implement different IBM security software and one of them is yung Guardium, which I will be tackling or later, no? So yung Guardium, meron tayong mga tools na it's a data activity monitoring tool. It basically logs lahat ng mga activity na ginagawa ng mga DBA. Kasi actually ang talagang pinupulis ko dito or ang minomonitor mo talaga dito are those DBAs na nagma-manage ng mga production DB servers, no? So we monitor lahat ng mga logins. We monitor if there are some delete or revoke or any malicious SQL commands that were issued against the DB server. Okay, so ayun, di-discuss ko naman yung Guardium later on. Okay, so encryption, no? So all data, no, including data in the database, should be protected with best in the class encryption. So we try to encrypt yung mga data regardless if it's in rest or in motion, no? So So in the past, no, I did some encryption on the DB. No, so basically, aside from the control set on the OS level, bali meron din tayong controls on the application level. Kasi alam niyo, kung sakaling halimbawa meron akong database folder doon, tapos currently naka-guard siya, no? If let's say for example, sa policy ko, no, doon sa encryption policy ko, kung sa OS meron kang access, on the OS level meron kang access, let's say sige, administrator ka, no? Ikaw yung system administrator nitong mga server na to. Ikaw nagma-manage ng mga OS, for example. Now, sa OS level meron kang access. Pero no, sa application level wala, no? Pwede kasing gawin, magse-set ako ng policy, tapos selected user lang yung merong access, and selected processes lang yung pwedeng maka-access dun sa folder that is being guarded. So that is additional control para if in case let's say nanakaw ulit, no, nanakaw yung hard drive dun sa server, no, merong mga intruder dun sa data center namin, no, kahit manakaw siya at ikabit niya sa isang server, hindi pa rin mangyayari na ma-open at ma-retrieve yung files. So siguro years, or kasi very yung encryption algorithm na ginamit is hindi it's hindi ganun ka, no, it cannot be decrypt easily, no, and hindi basta-basta magi-start yung database. Parang mangyayari nito, parang talagang secured yan at hindi nila ma-open yan, no, kahit anong tool yung gamitin nila. Database software security, as I mentioned kanina, you have to apply and ensure na yung mga database software mo are update, no? So you have to apply all the patches on a timely manner, no? Otherwise, yung exposure mo, no, yung risk exposure mo mas mataas. Okay? Then application web security, no? As mentioned a while ago, web application, especially those externally facing, should follow secure coding. So it should undergo yung mga security testing, no? Lalo na if it's really externally facing applications. Okay? So backup security, all backups, copies, or images of the database must be subject to the same or equally stringent security controls as the database itself. So you have to ensure proper backup and security controls should be properly in place. Meron din tayong mga auditing software that we can use to monitor any changes or modifications on the database files. And data protection tools and platforms. So we have here, so yung tools mo dapat should be capable of doing the vulnerability checking of your databases. You should be able to, yung solution or technology that you should be using, now be able to monitor and audit lahat ng mga data activities across all databases. So you can use yung encryption and tokenization capabilities, no? So in case na may encryption, or in case of breach, yung encryptions offers yung final defense against yung compromise, no? So when you say yung tokenization kasi, it's referring to yung data masking. Yung data masking, for example, if you try to query, let's say for example yung credit card mo. So instead, let's say yung credit card number mo is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 and 0, no? So instead of displaying that actual number, when you say data masking, pwede niyong i-display is that pabaliktad, or 11111 5555, pwedeng ganon. So para lang hindi magamit or makita yung actual na data. So sir, saan ba ginagamit yan, yung data masking? Kasi di ba sabi ko nga sa inyo, normally if there would be some changes on the production, no, minsan kasi meron tayo nung UAT or even yung mga lower environment na kung saan halos similar siya with the production, no? eh syempre gusto mo yung data mo rin is almost similar with the production para talagang fully simulated, no? So syempre, since you don't want your production data to be exposed, meron tayong masking na ginagawa on the lower region or on the dev environment. Okay? So yun. That's how data masking is, no? So data security and optimization, so a tool that can generate parang mga contextual insights, no? So by combining yung mga data security information na merong advanced analytics, no, na para ma-accomplish mo yung mga risk analysis and some other security risk reporting. Okay? So okay. Now, so basically ito yun. Yun nga, so in the past, so prior to Sunlight, sabi ko nga, I used to deploy different security tools. And ito yung isa sa mga tools na usually dinideploy ko sa mga banks dito sa PH, Pilipinas. No? So we have here yung Guardium appliance. No? So we have normally, it provides yung 100 visibility including local privilege access. So lahat ng mga, bawa nag-login ka sa ganitong oras, nag-run ka ng SQL statement, no? You should, saan mo, anong host, no? Ano yung host name, ano yung SQL statement na in-issue mo, ano yung IP address ng host na ginamit mo. So lahat ng mga informations na yun, we're all captured there. No? So very, kumbaga meron ka talagang visibility of all the transactions that are happening within the database server. So very minimal yung performance impact nito. So based from my experience, it's approximately parang mga 1 or 2% yung sa mga CPU utilizations when we installed yung agent on the database servers. No? So meron siyang, it doesn't rely on the resident logs. Kasi by default, meron kasing tinatawag ng native auditing kasi si database. No? So yung native auditing na yon, no? Kapag naka-enable yung functionality or feature na yon, medyo may issue kasi pagdating sa performance, no? Syempre, since malaki yung resources, kasi you need to have CPU resources and memory resources and even storage, no? Para paglagyan ng mga logs na yon. So, minsan kapag hindi ganon kalaki yung or kataas yung specifications ng server mo, minsan dinidisable yan, no? And meron din si Guardium, meron din pre-packaged vulnerability knowledge base and compliance report for SOX, PCI, no? And ano siya, and granular, no? Real-time policies and normalized. So you should be able to identify kung yung who, what, when, and how, sino yung gumawa, paano niya ginagawa to, so it can provide you information kung anong software yung ginamit niya to run yung mga SQL statement, kailan niya to ginawa, and how it is being performed. Okay? So, ito yun. So, we have here yung Guardium appliance. So, it can be appliance-based. Pwede rin naman siyang if you do have a appliance na, well, it's an Intel base, no, na halos kaparehas ng specification, then you can deploy it. No, pwede mo siyang tapos pwede mo rin siyang i-deploy virtually. So if you do have some ESX environment, no, pwede rin naman siya. Okay? So we have here it analyze, protect, so you can discover and classify data, no? So it can encrypt, mask, and redact sensitive data. So kanina nasabi ko yung encryption, pwede nasabi ko rin yung data masking. How about this yung redact? Yung redact naman kasi pwede mo kasing mag-create ka ng rules na, let's say for example, di ba kanina 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 7 8 9 and 0. Pwede mong gawin, instead of displaying those 10 numbers, pwede mong ipakita lang is yung last 4 digits or last 3 digits, and the rest palitan mo na lang ng asterisk, no? So pwede yung ganong mga functionality or pwede yung mga ganong requirement. It can monitor data and file activity, no? So if merong mga changes, no, that is being done on the server, makikita mo doon kung ano yung mga changes. Makikita mo doon kung sino yung nag-change. No, so yun. So when I did the POC, no, so very helpful siya. So it can block, mask, alert, and quarantine dynamically. So when you say block, let's say for example, if I set a policy na okay, if these sets of users, meron akong group of users dito, no, na hindi naman talaga sila allowed to execute any SQL statement against this table, pwede kong gawin, ibablock ko sila. So yung session, no, yung SQL session, it will automatically be cut. Okay? So tapos ma-alert ako that there is some incident no, that is related with with those users, no, na merong mga violations na ginawa. Okay? Now, so meron din tayo dito automate compliance and auditing. So meron tayong mga default reports, no, that can identify kung kamusta ba yung server natin, compliant ba tayo. So parang may mga risk score, no, and there's a workflow process wherein sige, if a specific team needs to review yung mga reports, no, let's say failed login reports, if they are really valid or not, then they have to review, no, and approve it, no. So kung okay na, then so may mga workflow process na pwede nating gawin, no, within this particular application. Okay. Okay, so paano ba 'to ginagawa? Normally meron tayo ditong meron kami ditong central manager or aggregator. So yung ito, so yung central manager or slash and aggregator, pwede mong gawin kasi i-consolidate mo lahat ng mga logs that were captured from this appliance, no. So yung mga components na yon, no, before you deploy, normally yung ginagawa mo diyan, you deploy an agent. So mag-i-install ka ng agent dito, and yung agent are based on the OS, no. So we have here yung STAP, or yung tawag yan is software tab. Okay? So yung STAP dito, siya yung ginagawa niya is sniff. No? So lahat ng traffic that's coming in, papunta dito sa database server mo. So in real time, pina-forward niya yan papunta dun sa guardian collector. No? Pina-forward niya yan papunta sa mga guardian collectors mo. Tapos, if you have your aggregator, ang ginagawa niya is it consolidates all logs that were captured na nakasave sa collector. So pwede mo siyang tawag dito, i-set as i-export niya, no? I-export niya papunta din sa aggregator, tapos on a daily basis mag-provide set ka lang ng mga reporting. Let's say failed logins for within the day, or di kaya naman if there are some account sharing, no? So I can identify if there are some accounts that are being shared. Kasi there are times din kasi na hindi nawawala sa organization na yung specific account mo, no, sinishare mo with your teammates or with your friends, no. So sabi ko nga sila, please take note na you will be held liable for doing that, kasi in the event na merong security breach and if they found out na account mo yung gamit mo or account nila yung gamit mo, then malaking problema yon, no, especially if merong security breach na nangyari. So yun, so we have here, and this can be integrated with LDAP. So if meron kang using Active Directory, no, you have yung identity access management, change management, SIM, and archiving. So all of them, no, all of them were can be integrated, no. So kung meron ka ditong QRadar or Splunk, so those logs can be forwarded to the SIM for kasi kinakailangan lang din natin yung for log consolidation, no. So yun. Okay, so that's how Guardium or IBM Security Guardium works. And there are a lot of applications, there are a lot of platforms that can be integrated dito kay Guardium, no. So yeah, so we have different applications here. Okay, so I'll just have to Share ko lang yung ano. So meron akong ano dito eh. Oops.
Stopping cybercriminals starts with thinking like them. After all, they think like you. You may not be the only one accessing the sensitive information in your data sources. Hackers and malicious insiders know that data security and compliance are real challenges for organizations with diverse environments, sensitive data scattered across databases, big data and cloud environments, file systems, and more. With IBM Security Guardian, an end-to-end data security and compliance solution, you can protect your organization's sensitive data from a complex and evolving threat landscape. Guardium gives you the power to automatically analyze risk across the environment, block suspicious activity in real time, send security alerts, and quarantine threats so hackers can't bypass controls. You can detect and classify sensitive data, access and address vulnerabilities, monitor and enforce policies for sensitive data access, and create a centralized audit repository with automated compliance workflow and reporting. You also have the ability to assign and update incident numbers, severity levels, responsibilities, categories, and status. Guardium's security audit repository and reporting capabilities provide detailed visibility into all data access activities, ensuring you comply with strict data privacy regulations. Audit data is collected and stored in a central archive for analysis, compliance reporting, and workflow management. Guardium provides exceptional scalability with support at every stage of the data protection lifecycle. The solution also easily adapts to changes in your IT environment, whether you're adding new users, adjusting to new volumes and types of data, or adding new technologies. Guardium helps you support a full range of use cases, including compliance and privacy initiatives, big data security projects, and strategies to outthink insider threats. Rather than react to security breaches, take a proactive approach to protect your sensitive data, wherever it is, and get the upper hand against savvy cybercriminals with Guardium. To learn more about Guardium, visit ibm.com.
So, okay. So, yun yung ano. By the way, no, clarify, ano ko lang clear ko lang that I'm not promoting Guardium. So, it so happened lang na I'm just saying na merong mga existing tools na kagaya nito that can provide security sa mga database servers na. Okay? So, I'm supposed to provide a demo of how Guardium works, pero di kinaya nung machines ko. So, malaki kasi yung resources na kailangan gamitin nung Guardium. So I think 24 gig of RAM yung 24 or 32 gig of RAM yung kailangan. So hindi lang kinaya ng machines ko if merong kasabay pa na database server na tumatakbo sa kabila, no. So yeah. So I'm good now for my so that's the end of my presentation, so you can ask questions na po.
Stopping cybercriminals.
Sorry. So let me just
Thank you, Engineer Frank Solancho, for discussing the understanding database security, threat, and best practices. We learned that database security programs are designed to protect not only the data within the database, but also the data management system itself and every application that accesses it from misuse, damage, and intrusion. Moreover, database security encompasses tools, processes, and methodologies which establish security inside a database environment. Moving on, let us proceed with our question and answer portion. So we have gathered questions for Engineer Solanco to answer. So the first one is from Nico Paulo, Sir Nico Paulo Ilar. So the question is, Sir, what are some popular database softwares that you can recommend to use for database servers, either local or cloud?
Okay. So there are a lot of well siguro ang unang or well maraming mga database servers that are available in the market. So meron kasi tayong tinatawag din na mga open system software and yung mga proprietary software. So syempre kapag mga open system software, so andyan yung mga MySQL, which is okay din naman, Meron din naman tayong mga proprietary software such as yung mga Oracle, meron tayo ng MS SQL, meron tayo ng IBM DB2, Pero syempre ang tanong doon kasi ano ba yung mas maganda? If it's proprietary or yung mga open source software. Kasi ano ba yung kaibahan ng open source software and yung mga proprietary software? Oo, yung basic database operations, basic functionalities, makikita mo doon sa open source software such as yung mga MySQL. Pero in terms of the support and maintenance, I would prefer na doon ako sa proprietary software. Kasi guaranteed na yon na merong kang support and maintenance na makukuha. So I would choose yung mga Oracle, Microsoft SQL servers, and IBM DB2 as my preferred database software to use on my application. Yan. So depende kasi sa budget, kung merong budget ba si organization or si customer, So syempre, pipiliin mo is yung mga proprietary software. Pero kung wala naman, then you go to the open system software. Pero yun, nasabi ko rin naman yung mga drawback if you have chosen yung mga open source software. And again, if naman siya, if you will be using yung Guardium as the tool to do the monitoring and security, then supported naman siya.
Okay, thank you, sir. The second question, but unrelated question, sir, according to Sir Nico Paulo Ilar, what masteral graduate course can you recommend to an ECE who is working in the ICT industry? Is it okay to take as an ECE, AMS Information System, Computer Science, etc.?
Okay, actually yun. Actually graduate ako nung MIS sa OpenU sa UP. So I took up yung Master of Information Systems, So since nasa ICT industry ako, So well, kinailangan ko lang din talaga na well, to tell you honestly, kaya lang din ako na-push din na mag-aral ng Master Rates for me to, kasi part of the requirement as professor dun sa PLP. So dapat you have to complete kasi yung aside from your industry experience kasi they will be requiring you to complete your master's degree. Ayan. Pero yan, so sa akin kinuha ko yung MIS. Sa good choice naman kasi nga at least kahit paano yung mga ginagawa ko sa work for nai-apply ko rin naman. I mean yung mga napag-aralan ko, I was able to apply it on my day-to-day task.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Engineer Frank, for answering all the questions. So to award the certificate of appreciation, this certificate is proudly presented to Franklin O. Solancho, PECE, MIS, for sharing his knowledge and expertise as resource speaker on our 2022 IECEP Rizal Chapter 7th webinar series with the topic entitled Understanding Database Security, Threat, and Best Practices, given in this 19th day of February in the year of the Lord 2022 at the province of Rizal, Philippines. So Engineer Frank, before closing the curtains of our second technical session, do you have any final remarks?
Okay, so ayan, so thank you for this opportunity to share my knowledge. And yeah, thank you, Sir Ron, and to the my fellow engineers for listening, and pasensya na for the technical issues kanina. Okay, yun lang din. And we have to, again, start securing our environment.
So thank you again, Engineer Frank, and that ends our 7th webinar series. So before we conclude our session, we have some announcement. So we would like to invite you to this one of a kind of the event of the season and start collecting your IECEP Resilient e-coins now. These are all mechanics on how to acquire your Resilient e-coins. So it's open to all ECTs, ECEs, and PECEs. IECEP wide. This promo is only applicable to chapters FB post from January 1 to December 31, 2022. So like our page is equivalent to 1 Resilient eCoin. Heart our post is equivalent to 1 Resilient eCoin. Share our post is equal to 2 Resilient eCoins. Then take a screenshot and collect them in a Word file. Once you are done with the required number of Resilient eCoins, kindly message us on our chapter page and attach your Word file as proof. Every 2 months, the prices will change and we will post it here. Items that to be given away from January 22 to February 2022, 70 Resilient eCoins is equivalent to 1 2020 Starbucks organizer. 60 Resilient eCoins is equivalent to 1 GCash, 500 peso. 50 Resilient eCoins is equivalent to 1 GCash, 250 pesos. And 40 Resilient eCoins, 1 voucher to any IECEP Rizal chapter's paid webinar. So start collecting Resilient eCoins now. And also, always stay tuned in our official FB page to know the latest promotion and webinars just for your electronicals. So we would like also to invite you to our 8th webinar series that will happen on February 26, 2022. And here's our rundown topics for this upcoming webinar. So 2022 IECEP Rizal Chapter First Online Training Series. It consists of 4 modules that you can access for only 200 pesos. And 5G new radio workshop on April 9, 16, 23, and 30 every Saturdays, 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock p.m. via Zoom webinar. 2022 IECEP Rizal 9th Webinar Series Railway Passenger Information System, PIS, Design Overview, Operation and Maintenance on March 5, 2022, 8 o'clock a.m. to 12 noon. 2022 IECEP Rizal 10th Webinar in collab with IECEP with Part 1, Building Automation and Control System on March 12, 2022, 8 a.m. to 12 noon. And lastly, 2022 IECEP Rizal 10th Webinar in collab with IECEP Tarlac Chapter, Integrated Electronic System for Fire and Life Safety Application on March 19, 8 a.m. to 12 noon. So now, to formally end this program, may we call on Mr. Victor Iraniela, ECT, AMS, IECEP Rizal Trustee.
Hello, rinig ba ako?
Yes po, sir.
Okay. So, ayun. So, thank you po sa lahat ng umattend sa 7th webinar series po natin. So, ayun. Sana po marami po kayo natutunan. Siyempre, thank you po sa dalawa nating speakers, kay Sir Eric and siyempre kay Sir Frank, na parami po naming natutunan. And thank you rin po sa advisors ng IECEP Rizal chapter, sila Gov Dennis Molina, and sa provider po ng Zoom natin, si Sir Lyle, IECEP National VP Internal, and syempre kay Govron Reyes, and sa lahat ng officers, syempre sa lahat ng participants na nakipag-participate. At yun lang po. At syempre yung ano naman po sa mga certificates, paki-wait na lang po sa posting at magba-validate pa po kami ng attendance and evaluation. So yun lang po, thank you po, at abangan nyo pa po yung mga susunod nating mga webinar series every week. So yun po. Back to you, Ai.
Thank you very much, Mr. Victor Ireniela. And thank you for everyone. So to our dear participants, the link for attendance or evaluation form is available in our chat box. So please do not forget to fill out this. And this is the one that requirement to qualify for the e-certificate and earn CPD units. Once again, I am Elisa Jesma, now signing off. Thank you so much. Before po sana mag-leave, request ko lang po na mag-open tayo ng camera for picture taking.
Igulangan na ha.
Open lang po ng camera. Yan. 1. Smile. Smile po tayong lahat. 1, 2, 3. Go. Yan. Ibang pose naman. 1, 2, 3. Yan. Thank you so much po. Thank you so much sa lahat ng umattend at sa mga speaker natin. Maraming salamat po and stay safe po palagi. Wear your mask and ingat palagi. Thank you po.
Bago po mag-leave, nandun na po sa chat box yung attendance and evaluation forms po. Pakisagutan na lang po. Thank you po.